Got it on. We're going to call the Butler meeting for the Butler County Community College Board of Trustees, regular meeting to be held here at 4:30 on Tuesday, March 9th. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Julie's going to be here in a few minutes. She was running behind a little bit, but we'll go ahead and keep moving forward. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for this evening? Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda. Laura, do you want to go ahead and do a roll call?
Trustee Good? Yes. Trustee Law?
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes?
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Howell? Trustee Smith?
Yes.
The motion passes. The agenda is approved, and then we've got plans to go into executive session. So I would entertain the motion to move into executive session. I think there is.
And it's in the board book,
In
I
the
think.
board book.
Yep.
What page is it on?
Page 3 at the top.
Page 3, Mary Martha.
Mr. Chair, I move the board recess into executive session for consultation with legal counsel in regards to confidential student information pursuant to the open meetings exception for matters affecting a person as a student, which if discussed in open meeting might violate their right to privacy, and that the board president, Kim Kroll, Lori Winningham, and Ray Cannell be included. The open meeting will resume, in 30 minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to move into 30-minute executive session. All those in favor? Or I guess,
oh.
Laura?
Trustee Good?
Yes?
Trustee Law?
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes?
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg?
Yes.
Trustee Winslow and Trustee Howell? Trustee Smith?
Yes.
We'll go ahead and move into executive session.
Hello, Jim.
Do we have to do anything on that computer? Okay.
Hello, Jim.
We'll get the time as soon as we get.
Hey, Julie.
There's Julie.
Perfect timing.
You did just in time.
Yeah.
You get trapped by a train. or dry cough.
One of my kids is doing
Did you
that.
say yes?
And
They have allergies.
Every time I talk, no.
Okay,
But every
so
time I
we're
talk to
back
my
in the main
kids, they're like,
session and we'll go ahead, Dr.
You've
Kroll,
got-
with
I'm like,
recognitions. If we could.
Yes, I have recognitions here. This month, we want to recognize Scott Faulkner in recognition of receiving his CCNA certification on the very first try, which is a significant accomplishment. Scott began his career at Butler in November of 2014, starting off as a techie, so in our student techie program, while completing his Associate of Science degree in i3D technology. In 2016, he was hired as a full-time desktop support analyst for the Andover campus and has since transitioned to the El Dorado campus. In February 2019, Scott completed his Net Plus certification, and while working for us, he's continued his professional development by studying and preparing for the Cisco Certified Network Associate Certification Test. The CCNA certification has grown to become the most popular IT certification in the world, and its primary focus lies on developing relevant skills to match the rapid deployment of technologies in today's sophisticated networking environment. Having this certification proves that you can build on core networking skills. In January this year, Scott passed his CCNA exam on the very first try. And so we're really proud of him and continue to appreciate the value that he brings to Butler. We always love the fact when we get the benefit of tremendous commitment to the college. And, you know, he's one of those people that started in the techie program and just has progressed his way through. And so he's a huge asset to all of us. And so congratulations, Scott. I hope you're listening, and we're really proud of you and appreciate what you do every single day. So thank you, Scott.
And Laura, is there anybody in public comment at all? Okay, so we will move on to the standing reports. Is Kirsten available?
Go ahead, Kirsten.
There's Kirsten.
Okay. Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine, Kirsten.
Perfect. All right. So since the last time we met, SGA, we had our first official meeting on February 17th at BOE at 4 p.m. and we had a pretty good turnout. We had various organizations come and report on their upcoming events. So we heard from Halo, PBL, and Ag Ambassadors. So that was a few. And then we also spoke with a member from the Inclusion Council about possibly partnering to increase student participation for some student focus groups if we needed to. And then we also had a new member of our campus PD, Glendale Henderson. He came and introduced himself to all of us. And then on March 4th, we had our first free bowling night at the Grizzly Bowl from 6 to 8, where we had free pizza and drinks, and it was also pretty successful. And so also today, SGA provided sandwiches and chips and drinks and stuff for the financial aid literacy program. And they had that from 3:30 to 4 in the El Dorado library. And a few of our SGA members attended that as well. So that was good. And then we are also providing pizza for the Andover, Rose Hill, and El Dorado campus on Thursday for Pi Day. So we're partnering with the math department. And so that will start at noon and then until supplies run out. And then we are also still awaiting our charging stations that we recently purchased that I mentioned at the last meeting for the El Dorado and Andover campuses for students to charge their phones on the go. And then lastly, coming up in March after spring break, we'll be having our first meeting in Andover on the 24th at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very
Kirsten?
much.
Thanks, Kirsten.
I have a
think Mary
question,
Martha has a question
Kirsten.
for you.
Yes.
What do the charging stations look like? Will they be accessible to anyone?
Yes. So we purchased 5 of them. I'm not completely sure how we're going to split them up between Andover and El Dorado yet because we haven't received them. Sherry Connard was the one who ordered them. So we have also, I don't think we've discussed on which buildings we're going to put them in. Definitely probably the most popular ones in El Dorado, so probably the Student Union and the 1500 building, I think for sure. We haven't gone into too much detail just because we haven't received them yet. And then we've also been working with marketing on that because they've been creating like a logo for us to go along with them.
Great. I'd love to see a picture next month if they come in.
Of course, yes, I will for sure get one of those.
Thank you, Kirsten.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Lisa Boland with operational staff report.
Hi, good evening. Unfortunately, I don't have anything new to update you on just yet, but we are all looking forward to spring break next week, a much needed break for sure. So hopefully we'll have some new news coming in April. Other than that, I hope you guys have a great evening.
Thank you, Lisa. And Terry with the professional employees report. See.
Lance, all's quiet on the eastern and western fronts here as well. We also are looking forward to spring break, and I speak for everyone in hoping that our students mind their COVID protocols while they're on spring break.
Thank you, Terry. And Board Finance Committee, Shelby or Doug.
I have a question.
Oh,
I'm
got
sorry.
a question for you, Terry.
So the information provided at the negotiation training session, the first letter is due to us by when for negotiation?
31st. It's on the board agenda tonight.
Tonight.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on our board agenda tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Terry.
Thanks, Terry. Board Finance, Doug or Shelby, either one have anything to?
We mostly went over the audit, which was clean, and then we got our budget items in the back of the book. Kim went over a little bit, or Kim did.
Okay.
So everything's chugging along pretty close to what we estimated. Going to get more state money than we thought. So
Good.
All in all, everything looks fine.
Okay. Doug, anything to add?
Oh, I was just going to say, one of the things that Michael Gerber stated from BKD and really noted was that the audit was clean, and there weren't any concerns at all, and really mentioned and kind of gave a pat on the back to Heather Ward, our financial aid folks, because those are really complicated portions of the audit, and there were just absolutely no findings in that area. So he really gave a shout out to our financial aid team for the great work that they have done in that area. So
Good job. We'll move on. Foundation Board report.
Yeah. So just, I guess, some update from the foundation before, just a summary of the auction. Fair market value of the foundation endowment as of the end of 2020, 14.5 million, which reflects a 9.7% rate of return since it started. So it's doing well. The foundation is on schedule to pay out $750,000 in scholarship monies for this fiscal year, and the board of directors approved a 6% distribution for scholarship monies next year, which will be, I don't know if they have I don't know what the exact dollar amount is, but that was the same percentage that was approved last year to get us to $750,000 this year. So that number should be at least that much, if not perhaps a little bit more. Then the update for those that, I don't know if you all were able to join virtually the auction on Friday. Not the same as getting together downstairs with everybody, but I think by all accounts for a virtual event, it was a real success. Had 114 registered bidders, over 200 people viewing it, and the preliminary numbers, they haven't closed the donation portion yet, but preliminary numbers look like we'll have raised $110,000 for, which is not what we would expect in a regular year, but for what we were expecting with the virtual event it exceeds expectations. So hats off to all the folks that participated, and hats off to Tom and Mary Moon and all those that the foundation staff that put it all together.
Yeah, and I don't know if everybody was able to watch that or not, but it really went smoothly, at least what I could tell online. And,
yeah,
and they
Prices
do
went up.
a great
it
job.
did. That's what's supposed to happen.
Absolutely.
It's not bargain hunting.
No, it's not.
Yes, Julie.
And I think we have the links to the headliners, because the headliners perform I'll check my email and see. I think Mary Moon sent that this afternoon that we can forward on for you so you can see the headliners performing and stuff. So.
Were you the one that kept outbidding me on Jennifer Calloway's print?
Oh, serious? What was your bid number? 1057 or 1040 or whatever it was?
Julie, did you have a question or comment?
Yes, I don't really have a comment, but I did have a question for Forrest, if you wouldn't mind. $750,000 in scholarship foundation amount, that's outstanding. The only question that I would have is, do you have any idea how many of those scholarships actually go to the Butler County students?
I don't. I'm sure that Tom or Avery could get that information for us because they're tracking it. I don't know offhand what the breakdown is.
Would you mind getting that, or whoever can get that? That would be great.
I'll write it down. I can ask Avery.
My only 2 cents on the auction is when they're silent. Kind of discourages me from bidding on some of that stuff. It's like, well, I don't know where we're at, or I'm obviously gonna pay more than they're worth, but just throwing a random
Just
number
so
out there without
everybody knows,
something-
the foundation does accept money year round.
Oh,
not
okay.
just the-
Yeah,
They had a guideline that you could go with. you know?
the app they used on the silent one, you actually knew where the bid was at that
Yes.
point in time.
Okay,
So
'cause
you
I
weren't
looked at my
bidding totally
phone
in
and
blind.
I couldn't tell.
Oh, yes.
I saw
Yeah.
Tom might have some. I saw Tom pop on for a second. I don't know if he has information on
There he
that.
is.
Tom, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm sorry, I was writing down my notes from Julie. What was the question again?
She wanted to know of the scholarships that were distributed from the foundation, what percentage, I believe, of what went to Butler.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to get that information. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Thank you. Is
I
that
think
correct, Julie? The percentage?
I think it all went to Butler students.
Butler
It's-
County's president.
But yeah.
Butler
Yeah,
students
Butler
maybe, but
County
not
students.
Butler County, I'm betting.
I mean, a lot of those funds are endowed and there's specific requirements as to, some of them might specify it has to be a Butler County resident. Some will specify it has to be a student in a certain program. But yeah, Avery tracks all that. So I'm sure that's something that we can put together.
That would be great.
We'll move on. Mary Martha. KACCT report.
We met bright and early, 8 o'clock Saturday morning. The highlights were, I wanted to reiterate who won from Butler Community College on the Pi Theta Kappa, PTK. Phi Theta Kappa.
Correct. Yes.
Phi Theta Kappa. It's an honorary society, sorority, fraternity, whatever you want to call it. But you must have a 3.5 grade point average and be taking 12 credit hours. The 4 people who were awarded this were Yvette Martinez Jimenez, Abraham Oliveira, Kaylee Hansen, and Jesse Nybarger. So I have sent you the link to the PowerPoint presentation. You can read all about them. It was very nice. The president from Cali County did a very nice job. Very nice job. But I think that's something that we need to pay attention to. And if we see these kids around, we need to tell them what a great job they're doing. What's his name again, the president of Cali County?
Dennis Riddle, Dr. Dennis Riddle.
He made some great remarks. He said that the winners of this Phi Theta Kappa, over 80% of them graduate from a 4-year institution. Over 90% remain in a job throughout their lifetime and excel in whatever they do. Of these 4 people, I know one of them, and that is Jessie Nybarger, wonderful young lady, and I see her doing great things as she goes through life. But I would like to know if we keep track of their accomplishments afterwards.
We can. Yeah. Kaylee wants to be a medical researcher. She's really interested in medical research. And Abraham is a computer guy, has a goal to work for, at least for a while, for a Google or an Apple company.
Right.
Or he does something different. We didn't get, Yvette wasn't here. We didn't get the chance to visit with her, but yeah, we'll keep track of them.
I'd like to see like the ones that won 10 years ago.
Oh,
What have they
geez.
done? What have they accomplished in life?
We'll
I
have to
think
see
they'd
if we
be
can track
great
them down.
mentors for this group right here. We also talked about ending the taxation of Pell Grants. Right now, the students who do get the Pell Grants, they do have to pay taxes on their living expenses. So in other words, any money that they receive from a Pell Grant that's not used on tuition, books, they can use for living expenses, but they have to pay taxes on that. The Kansas Promise Scholarship Act, they're still working on it, trying to get it passed. That is where we target the students who have a targeted degree that Kansas sees as an economic demand. They would get to have that student, whoever receives that degree, stay in Kansas for 2 years. So it's a great economic impact for Kansas too. And I believe that was it that I'd like to tell you about. I did send you the minutes and the agenda, so please feel free to look through those when you have time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President's report, Dr. Kroll.
Thanks. I was going to mention the PTK ceremony, but thanks for doing that. Typically, that ceremony is face-to-face. It's usually a big luncheon. Last year in March, when we had it, was absolutely the last event that we all had together before everything kind of shut down. So we're hoping that we can get back together again next year. Trustees are always invited, legislators, the university presidents, K-4 staff, the students, and oftentimes, some of the folks from the colleges, administrators and stuff, and then the students' families. So it's a really, really nice event. And this year, of course, it was virtual because it had to be, but we still celebrated with our students here and had lunch with them. So it was nice. And then live streamed, their families got to live stream with us. So we got to talk to their family while we were all visiting here. So that was kind of fun. Legislative copies that are on the agenda. Farm Bureau is sponsoring. We are partnering with them this Saturday to host that legislative coffee in the Conza room on our Andover campus in the 5000 building from 9 to 11. So if you can join, that's great. I think Senator Masterson and Representative Humphreys are the two that are scheduled to be there. The March 20th is the Farm Bureau Legislative Forum in Augusta at the Augusta Depot. And then the 27th, I think that following Saturday, is the one in El Dorado at the Civic Center. So, and all of them are 9 to 11. I'm sorry?
Do we have it on a calendar in here somewhere?
No, but Laura can send those dates to you.
That'd be great. Thank you, Laura.
Yeah. You'll email those, right, Laura? Yeah. Thank you. Tomorrow, the Andover Chamber, Becky Wolf, has organized a State of the Community gathering at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Again, it's in the Conza room in the 5000 building. Will Johnson from the county, Steve Shook who's the Andover Chamber Chair, Brett White, who's the superintendent, Mayor Ronnie Price, and myself will all do little short presentations on our areas. The seating will be limited in the Conza room. She wants people to register, whether you want to try and be person or whether you're going to Zoom, and once you register, she'll let you know if there's space still in the Conza room or send you the Zoom link. And so that'll be tomorrow.
I didn't see a place on there to define whether I wanted to be there in person or Zoom.
It's the very top.
I think you have to,
but I did register.
It's the very top, Julie, and it's already marked that you'll be there in person. So I'm going to Zoom in. So I can go back.
Are you going to then?
I'm going to Zoom in. I'm not going to be there in person. So yeah, that confused me because it said clear up at the top and it is already marked that you'll be there in person.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I was planning on it.
I didn't know how she did that, but you've registered?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm trying to set up tours for our campuses and want to throw out some dates to you. These are a couple of these are Tuesdays. One of them is a Thursday, and specifically working on the El Dorado campus now. April 6th from 1 to 4 or somewhere in the afternoon. April 20th, same time frame, 1 to 4. April 29th, which is a Thursday from 1 to 4. My preference is to do those tours when we have doors unlocked and people on campus. And so think about those for just a second.
Say those again, please.
the 6th,
Uh-huh.
the 20th, the 29th. And we'd just get in golf carts. We wouldn't have to walk everywhere, but we'd get in golf carts and drive campus and get out and walk into the buildings and those kinds of things.
How are we going to reach a consortium about this?
Well, I don't want to do 7 different tours. We can do a
Right.
couple of them if we need to, but I'm just trying to figure out if we only have one person that can be here on the 6th, but we can get most of them on the 20th or the 29th, then we'll do it that way.
How
So,
would you like for us to relate that back to you?
well, why don't I have Laura
Okay,
send out an email so you can look at your calendars and think about it a little bit.
Is this,
work for me.
is it a 3-hour tour from 1 to 4, or is
That
it
would
gonna
be
be in that
Gilligan's
window?
Island.
I know, I was gonna sing it, but I'm not ready.
Well, when we speed through campus, it takes about 45 minutes, but that's just kind of in and out. If you guys really want to walk
Well,
through
if it
the
was like
buildings,
2 to 4 or
you can
2:30
come
to
and go.
4?
You
Okay.
can come and go even if you wanted to. You could, if we started at 1 and you couldn't be here until 2, we'll tell you what building we're in and you can catch up
I can
with
probably
us.
make any of those dates. And I'll have
Okay.
to let me into that.
I'll have Laura work on that.
Just make it-
The other thing,
oh, it's
um,
wonderful.
other thing I want to know is if we do we call it a tour to Butler, where we go to our outreach sites. And if we want to do it north, and if we want to do it all in one day, it takes about the whole day. It's about an 8 to 5 by the time we drive and, get out and look. If we want to do 2 half days, that's okay too. We could do a north route and then a south route. I have to work with Ireland to look at van availability or little bus availability or something like that. So what I need to know right now is, do you want to try and do a full day or do you want to try and do half days?
It
What's
does
better
not
for you?
matter to me. What's everyone else think?
I'm available, but people that have real jobs might want to do something different.
I would be
Shelby,
I would-
we have to have Shelby.
I bet half days would be better for you guys that work.
early in the afternoon would be.
And if we plan it far enough ahead, maybe I'm not
If we
looking at
plan a
like
month
next
out,
week.
maybe.
I think 2 half days makes more sense.
I'm looking at towards the end of April, very first part of May, so it's a ways out. And part of that's because of the game schedule and event schedule and stuff. So
You gone to any sports yet, Mary?
half days,
No.
is that what I'm hearing? Half
Uh-huh.
days?
Half days.
All right. I will work with Ireland and get a couple of potential half days and shoot those out to you. The president's call last Friday. Oh, well, do you want to talk just for a second about the fire science tour? Because
Yes.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Christy just did a wonderful job. Thank you so much, Christy. And of course, Troy always does a wonderful job too. I learned so many new things. It was wonderful. I learned that the students who are in the fire science department, if they stay there, they're on scholarship. Correct? Okay. And I learned that one of the students is quite a chef, and so they love having him do the cooking. There are 2 women in the program. So of course, the mother and me, I wanted to know where they slept. And the girls do have a little separate dorm, which it's just as nice as can be. It was very interesting to me. I didn't realize that it was it's wonderful, full-fledged program with the city. We even have our own fire truck. And Lance, I don't know, but my husband had to call the fire department last week. Did you hear about that?
I did not.
Yeah, he had a fire
I'll
get
have
out
to
of
ask him
control.
about
Yeah,
that.
please do. But I learned about the fire truck and the fire gear and how much it costs per suit and how they wash them on the city side and dry them on the college side. Very interesting. They invited anyone out there to tour it. Just give them a call so that they can make sure that people are there to give the tour. But
Yeah.
thanks again,
you.
Christy, for everything. It was wonderful.
Thanks, Mary
Thoroughly
Martha.
enjoyed it.
Did you get a chance to go down the fire pole?
There is no fire.
Disappointed.
They
There
could have
are
taken-
stairs though, and I
They
thought
could have
about going
taken
down
you
the
into
stairs on a pillow.
you could have gone into the training tower probably.
You know, I did not want to miss the financial.
Okay, good for you.
I have a
on-
quick question.
Oh, go ahead.
Is that fire science program that we have? It's a beautiful building. I've been by it a couple of times. Haven't been in it. And I regret not being able to come last week. But my question is is this only an internship with El Dorado Fire? Can we possibly spread that to Butler County Fire as well?
I think Christy will talk about that. She's doing the report, the division report. I think she'll talk about the fire science program as part of that division report, right? Got that one
Okay.
scheduled? Okay, thanks. Presidents are on the phone every Friday. I think I've shared that with you. And last Friday, again, still lots of conversation about the federal stimulus money that's coming to us and how those dollars have to be spent and what the guidelines are. The student distribution part, we're getting ready to distribute that out toward the end of the month. Those guidelines are a little bit clearer than the institutional guidelines. And so we're still trying to get some clarification on how that funding can be used. But pretty narrow uses. It can't just, go into our operational budgets to fill gaps or anything like that. And so we're still waiting for some clarification on that. But as we know more about that, we'll let you know. Information that you requested at the last meeting and by email. I know at the last meeting you want ESOM to do some overview of the performance indicators, and so he's on the agenda when we get to that point in the agenda. I didn't separate that out as a separate discussion item, but ESOM's ready to talk about that. Heather, there was some question about the breakdown of the military, civilian, and spouses that are enrolled at McConnell. And they're working on that information. Heather had a death in her family and has been sick, and they're working on that information, pulling that together, and so we'll have that for you. Shelby also asked about the enrollment at McConnell. In someplace in here, I stuck my sheet of
I'm just
paper.
curious of the 20-day number.
Yeah, darn it, I may have to pull that off my desk here in a second. What I did with that. I'll go grab it when, so I have it here. It must be on my desk. I apologize. I'll go get it and share it with you. There were also requests for information on the stadium, conflict of interest, articulation agreements, construction technology, personnel request. All of that information, I think, has been posted to SharePoint, and happy to answer more questions on that after you have a chance to look through that. And then I know there was some question about some of the culinary information that's in Ray's office. I think I emailed everybody, and you have the availability to go down there and look at that if you want to, and there's no charge to anybody.
I had a little bit to say about that because I thought it's like one extra hoop for us to jump through as trustees, have to go to Ray's office. I did contact WSU Tech last month, and they sent the same request, and I got 2018, 2019, 2020 mailed to my house, printed off.
What is that you got from them?
I did a quarter request via, I forget her name, I'm sorry, probably out there.
What is it up, Shelby?
It's for I was just curious how the culinary shakeup happened a little bit, and I wanted to look at the emails between us and WSU Tech, so.
Is that what you asked for here?
Yeah, but I'll look at this and take it to Ray's office and compare them, but, I mean, I'm not looking for anything, I'm just curious, so, but I thought it was quite convenient for them to work and provide it to me, and I don't have to go somewhere to look at it.
Well, I'll just tell you from my end, I think I told you before that anytime I have a question about whether the information I'm releasing is appropriate or confidential, I'm always going to run it past Ray.
No,
And I'm gonna follow his legal advice because I have an opportunity and a responsibility to try and, take care of the college. So Ray's the one that's given me this advice, and WSU Tech obviously feels differently about it. So
The last month I was told it would be $250 an hour. And
No.
I clarified it this week, and you came back and said it won't be any charge. So
I think what you asked was what he charges per hour.
Mary asked.
Yeah,
I
what
did.
he charges per hour.
But
We
I
didn't
also
go
have
a
to
little
give
bit
up-
deeper and ask the question if he would charge you guys to be there until
I get it.
just
But
recently.
I also have to give up a half day's labor of my personal income to go to his audit. That is a cost to me personally.
I'm just following what he's.
No, I understand.
His-
I
I'm
thought
just
he was
pointing out that another college just mailed it to my house.
He'll be interested to know that, I'm sure.
Are we to expect that future communications like that, we will actually have to go to Ray's office to
It'll
view?
just depend, Julie. It'll depend on what the information is.
Is this ever been the case in the past?
Yeah, I lots of times will run things past.
I understand that you run things past him, but is it normal that if a trustee asks for information, they have to go to Ray's office? Have there been any cases you can think of where that's happened in the past?
I'd have to think about it.
Well, my question would be, is that a core requirement? Or is that one extra step that's not required by core? It's neither here nor
Core
there. I'm not-
requires,
Right. Yeah, I don't either. I just want, right. That's why I'm curious too, because, I didn't want to come over there and look while they're sending that stuff. I'm not looking for anything. I'm just curious by nature.
I think the concern a little bit is that if there's information, those emails that would jeopardize any relationship that is there or could be there, that information become public for some reason. And that's my understanding, the reason that there's been some caution.
I understand.
well, anything else? I'd answer questions on any of the other information. that you
One,
got.
I guess one point to Shelby's point, the dynamic here is different too, to the extent there were emails that were talking about Butler staff members.
Right. I can
Those
understand
wouldn't be,
there's-
those wouldn't be subject to Cora. So while
Right,
you might have
I want
access
no
to them as a
personal
trustee,
information.
I think I'm just, there's, I guess I understand the frustration if it's more steps than you'd like to get the information, but I think equating what WSU Tech gave you to what Kim is working through Ray, it's apples to oranges, because they don't have the same obligations to the information that we
What
might.
if I show up and it's exactly the same? What was the big deal?
Well, the big deal is if it's emails
nothing
about
personal or
individuals,
private
those
in these.
individuals didn't work for WSU Tech. So WSU Tech has no obligation to maintain confidentiality of documents relating to their employees because they weren't their employees.
So Shelby, what you're saying, what you received from Wichita Tech is the same thing that Ray
I don't
has?
know. I haven't
We don't
gone to
know
race.
that.
I've got to take a day off of work. And I've been slammed. And
I just
I want
think
to be
that's very
prepared when I
weird.
go there. So
Sure.
I can look at it. Thank you very much, and be on my way.
Hmm.
And I was under the impression that it was going to be an hourly charge. I didn't want to waste money just looking at stuff.
Is
So-
there some reason why he cannot review those in your office?
Ray still has them.
Is
Does
he
have
not
a
going
physical
to?
copy that I can look at, or is it
I
email?
don't know. I don't know whether he copied them off or not. I don't know. There was 100 pages of documents. So,
Kim, was there
Or
anything
maybe
else
more.
for the president's
no,
report?
there's not. Thank you.
Education and Facilities Authority report.
I get to be the bearer of some bad news.
Mhm.
The pipes at the press box at the stadium froze up. Sprinkler system and some of the regular pipes. So we had damage to the press box, mostly the second floor, and then it fell on through and the ceiling of the promenade down below. So work is being done to address those issues so that we can be ready for the upcoming games that is not that far out.
Yeah, end of the month, first part of April.
We do have a $10,000 deductible on our insurance, but all that is in process of being corrected to the best of the ability to get it in shape for the upcoming season. The thermostats, what do I want to say? The
Control,
HVA system
yeah.
monitor has always been monitored through the local school district. But in the future will be monitored by the city, the college, and the school district, so that we have multiple eyes keeping an eye on the situation so that we might avoid that in the future.
Was no one monitoring it this time?
I don't know.
Well, we don't know. It was under the school districts. I'm sure they were monitoring their school, their buildings like we were, monitoring our system. And so, it's hard to know exactly how that all.
I would guess it was probably an
transpired.
oversight on somebody's part.
Yeah.
Well,
Our security folks actually found it happening because they walked through the stadium and discovered it. So
that level of cold is a whole nother animal.
Yeah.
Are they currently getting bids to get it repaired, or is it being worked on, or?
It-
Go
Mike,
ahead,
you want me
Kim.
to?
Yes.
Yeah, it's because it's the authority, so it's the three entities. The insurance agent, EMC, Kelly Kaiser, I think is the insurance agent, was called in right away. And EMC gave the authority to identify who they wanted to use as a general contractor, and everything's going through the insurance company. And so the authority identified Simpson as the general contractor, and then Simplex is coming in to do the fire. Cruz is doing the electrical and mechanical, and then Balfour Restoration came in right away to start to dry things out, clean things up. And so it's all being managed through the insurance company, and with Simpson's doing the GC work.
Well,
So-
by
So
far
Dr.
exceed our deductible anyway.
So Dr. Crow, can people sit there and not, can we just use the bleachers then for the football games and not worry about the promenade? And
Yeah, I'm
First,
not sure
second
what
floor.
how they'll end up, doing that. Some of the work probably on that promenade to restore that soffit, we'll have to wait until the end of the season, most
Mhm.
likely, just because there's,
But just make it
Soccer
safe,
games.
but usable.
yeah, it'll be usable, but soccer games and college games and high school games and everything, there's so many activities planned over there that they may not be able to get all of that external work done with all of the events that are on the schedule, but they're working through it.
Are the suites going to be usable for sporting
That's
events?
what the hope. I don't know the time frame. They're still working on that. I think we'll have a little bit more information next week probably, but they're still working out, that process. Simplex, what I understand is it's Simplex, because there were so many frozen pipes and frozen sprinkler systems and stuff like that. Simplex is their work is a little ways out, so I think that they might be the ones that are delayed a little bit. But there,
Is the game management on the third level? Is that way up top?
it's okay.
So that there wasn't any challenges on third floor. So game management as far as PA and the video board and all that is going to be fine. It's just the boxes down below.
Do we have any idea, Doug, about how much this whole thing will be? Do we have any, like,
Not
They're
yet.
still
1 to
evaluating.
300,000 or?
They're still getting into it to see exactly what they don't believe they're going to have to get into the walls as much as they first thought, which is a positive thing. So there'll be less construction involved. But
Is the
You need a-
cost the
you need a sheet
deductible
rock
though to the entity, or is there?
It's to the entity. It's the insurance is the one that has the entity, or I mean, the entity has the insurance.
was it the heat pumps that froze?
It's the domestic water pipes and the fire
sprinkler
sprinklers.
system
Sprinkler
caused the
system.
most.
Yeah.
When those pipes are open.
Yep.
And then the other bit of information is the city is considering withdrawing from the authority as a third-party member with the state.
Not as a result of this. That
No, this
conversation
was
started
before
before this.
They were concerned about funds for sustaining the facility, the track update, the replacement of the turf and those kind of things. They contend that they've not been able to host city events as they'd like to be able to do. They're concerned that the facility does not generate revenue for the city itself, and that the cost to rent the facility is prohibitive, so that patrons, citizens of El Dorado don't get to use it as much as they'd like to see happen. But a letter has been written to respond to those concerns. That's been posted to SharePoint, I believe.
Yeah, the letter's been posted.
If you're interested in reading our response and our reply, and we're hopeful that they will elect to stay as a member of the partnership.
Yeah, we'll get the letter to the city tomorrow.
We can talk to the mayor about it.
Yeah, we can talk to the mayor about it.
Yeah.
It is convenient to talk to.
We know who he is, don't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing
And
personal,
that's
but
all
I
the
hope
bad
that's
news
it.
that I
hope
have.
that's it,
I
Doug.
have no more bad news.
That's
Thank
good.
you very much.
Can I?
Yep.
I had the McConnell numbers right in front of me.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
how,
yeah.
that's
I
how
made a highlighter here.
it was right in front of me. I was getting ready to get up and it's like, oh, it must have disappeared.
Here's my circle.
Last spring on day 20, 812 hours,
Mhm.
181 unique students. This year on day 20, 342 hours, 68 unique students. But as Heather shared last month, it's COVID impact is what it is on all of the education at the base, not just Butler. She said the base remains in communication with us on protocols and hope to be able to resume classes this coming fall with restrictions lifted. The current restrictions have many airmen and women working remotely, and that has impacted our enrollment. We know that for many of our students, the risk of going remote due to COVID has resulted in online enrollment from the beginning until face-to-face operations resume. So probably a fair amount of that enrollment that we had previously shifted to online, but they'll continue to monitor that, and we'll keep you posted on how the situation changes there, but there's still pretty tight restrictions there.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't get that the first time.
No, that's
around.
good. I said it here and forgot.
So we will move on to monitoring reports.
Yes, let me move out of the way.
Right. I'm Christy Strader, and this is Dr. Caleb Edgar. We are really excited to be here tonight so we can tell you all the great things that are going on in the Health, Education, and Public Services Division. We affectionately call it the HEP division here on campus, and it includes HEP, Health, HEP,
HEP.
Uh-huh.
I've got old.
Health, Education, and Public Services. It includes nursing, allied health, education, early childhood, human performance, fitness and wellness, fire and EMS education, and criminal justice. So Dr. Edgar will start us off with nursing and allied health.
Sure. So just to start a little bit about nursing, we have 15 full-time faculty that work for us and about 25 adjuncts that cover clinical and health and lab and other areas in the facility. Our year-end pass rate for NCLEX was 87%. That's really good. We're actually seeing a steady drop now related to COVID that we'll start seeing across the nation. So that's coming up. The one good thing is our spring 2020 cohort, which went virtual after spring break, they had a 94% pass rate, which was very impressive for having to deal with all the changes that we went through going virtual and dealing with all the other things that we had to change through that. So just some of our achievements for our faculty, Monica Dobbins, she's one of our full-time faculty, and then Shane Green, he's one of our adjunct nursing faculty. They were both nominated for the Butler Teaching and Excellence Award. So we congratulate them for that, for being nominated. It means they really put themselves out there and really work with the students really well. Also too, a program achievement we have, we are ranked number 5 out of all nursing schools in Kansas by health, nursing and health education. And then also, I talked about that. So some of the changes that we went through, thank goodness, the Nurse Initiative Grant, which comes from KBOR, and also our Perkins funding has helped us with having a good, robust simulation lab and lab space for our students. And so some of these programs that are rushing around to get all of their stuff up and going due to COVID, we actually had a lot of that available. And so that really did help us be prepared for everything.
How many nursing schools in Kansas?
Oh, you would ask me that, and I'd have to get you the information.
And we're number 5?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. There's more than 5, so we're not number 5 of 5. So we're good there. Related to that, we have had to implement what we call ExamSoft, which is an all online testing system, and it locks out for our students. We also purchased through our Nurse Initiative Grant what we call SimChart, which is a fully online electronic health record that mimics what they use actually in practice. We actually can use that too to do virtual clinical. So when we went all virtual in the spring and when we went into quarantines in the fall, they actually could not miss I mean, they didn't miss any clinical time because we had all these resources to back up on to do that. So that helped us really greatly. Our Butler and KU partnership still continues. We currently have 37 students enrolled in that. And they graduate from Butler with their associate degree of nursing and their bachelor's degree of nursing on the same day, which they take 6 extra credit hours each semester on top of their actual load. So it's not for every student, but it does give a good opportunity for them to complete 2 degrees at once and get out into the workforce a little bit faster. We're working with Ottawa University right now to work on another concurrent plan. So they'll have another option then our students coming in to do a concurrent and graduate with their bachelor's degree as well at the same time.
Why would you do that?
It's just, it allows them to not have to go back while they're working. And all of the, what we call the RN-to-BSN, which they would take after for their bachelor's degree, can be done online. There's no clinical content to it. So these are just classes that we can tag on extra, 6 credit hours, and it's all done and they're done with their bachelor's degree. And there's a big push across the nation to move to a bachelor's degree in nursing. So it just gives them the resource to do all of their stuff here and not have to.
I didn't know whether maybe Ottawa was cheaper than KU or vice versa.
There, it's a credit hour difference. There's a few less credit hours, so Ottawa would be just a little bit cheaper. But it's also always great to give them other options, you know, for them to look at.
Caleb, can I on that point? Does the additional agreement with another university, does that increase the number of students that we can accept in our program, or is it just a different option for the limited number we already have?
It's just another option. We're governed by the Kansas Board of Nursing and our accreditation body, ASIN, which caps us on the amount of students we can have. So we can't increase that unless we go through a curriculum change or a change with them. So
thank you.
You're welcome.
So we're limited to how many students?
So we admit 56 into our first semester cohort, and we continue with 56 the second semester. Then we have advanced standing, which starts their third semester, and we can go up and add 20 LPN students, so we can go up to 72 students max.
And we admit in fall and spring.
Yep, fall and spring.
So it's 56 separate or the 56 carryover?
Yep, 56 separate. Each of our 2 semesters can have 56, and then our last 2 semesters can have up to 72. Now I lost my place there. Our BSNA, our Butler Student Nursing Association, is doing some great things. Our blood drive is coming up, and I apologize, I meant to get that date. It's in March. I will get that back to you guys so you know that. But we are actually having it at one of the churches locally, and our students are over that. And so that's a great time. I know they're in need of blood really bad right now. So.
Do you still ask the community to be patient?
We don't have an actually good standardized patient program here. Other places I've been, they've had a good place of bringing people in to do that. I mean, since we have so much technology in the mannequins, we haven't had to use that, but I am more than open and willing to
I did it
allow.
2 years ago.
Yes, the one place that we do that is at the end of the semester. We invite live patients. We didn't do it last semester because of COVID concerns. So soon.
Call me.
We will.
I moaned a lot.
Yeah, they give you, they tell you who you are, and then you act out that scenario, and the students treat you and hopefully help you.
Yes, and hopefully fix your moaning problem by getting you some pain medicine or helping you out otherwise.
Placebos.
Of course, it's all TikTok. Can't give out the real
Free
thing.
lunch.
It is free lunch. Good lunch.
So, the county actually hasn't. We were working with student health here, we submitted our paperwork, I believe, Dr. Cole, you can answer that, to be a site to actually give COVID shots here. And then there's another group that approached us in early childhood to have us help with that, but we're not to that point where they've actually got the vaccine, so we're on hold for that, but that's a great opportunity. I know Sedgwick County has reached out to nursing schools there to help in their clinics. Yes, they're needing them bad. So moving on a little bit to the allied health, which also falls under my umbrella. We have 2 wonderful faculty there. who are just a wealth of knowledge, and I hope they never retire. They know it inside and out, so they're very good. We do CNA, certified nurse aid, certified medication aid, home health aid, and then we also have an operator for assisted living, which there's a lot of assisted livings that are popping up in the home pluses. All of those have to be licensed, and so we don't have a good turnout of students. So if you know somebody, please send them our direction. We'd love to have that program again. So
And what was it called?
it's an operator program for
Okay.
assisted living.
Okay.
So we also work with the academies at the high schools. We're at Flint Hills, we're at Circle, we're at El Dorado, we're in the works of getting back into Andover, we're at Rose Hill, we're at Augusta. We offer our CNA classes out there for those students to go through. We just completed a move from the 9100 building to the 5000 building with our CNA program, just for better access, better facility, and that's working out really great. And then also too, due to the COVID-19 impact, the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services has granted us a temporary waiver to do all our clinicals in the lab base instead of actually going out into the clinical sites due to them being in nursing homes and the risk to patients. So we're hoping that continues for a while. The nursing homes are starting to open back up to us, but not all of them are willing to take us back yet. So we're hoping that will change soon.
But you have some that are taking you back.
We have one that's willing right now, so we're still using the waiver to do all our clinicals in the lab. So.
Right, so moving on to the, oh, go ahead.
Flint Hills organization here in town serves mentally disabled adults. When they employ someone, they always need their employees to take classes. I believe it's 9 hours. Am I correct on that? 6 hours? And I wanted to know, when Jim Edwards was here, he had worked with Kathy Walters out there to try and get the hours approved so that they could hire the people immediately for employment there. And I didn't know whether there was any more.
Yeah, I'll have to
Yeah,
look
I'm
into
not
that. I'm
familiar
not
with that,
familiar
but-
with that. So.
It's kind of like with daycare, childcare. You have to take so many hours
Right.
before you can be employed.
I'll have to look into that.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So now we'll move on to the other part of the division, education. Well, let me back up. One of the things that I love about the HEP division is the faculty that we have. They're outstanding. They truly put students first, and they care deeply. One of those fantastic faculty is the chair of our education department, Dr. Shelley Gutierrez, affectionately known by her students as Dr. G. She has worked to develop our education program at Butler over the last 17 years. In the last 6 years, you can see that we have increased declared majors by 6.7%, completers by 31.7%, and credit hours by 80.3% in the last 6 years. So it's a program that is moving and shaking. It is also a program that students can earn their bachelor's degree right on Butler's campus through a partnership that we call our BEST program with Emporia State University. And so students can complete their bachelor's degree in elementary education on either our Andover or El Dorado campuses. We do have a early college education academy based out of our Rose Hill campus. And our youngest learners, early childhood, Teresa Thompson is the chair of that program, and she has really done a great job. Teresa is our only full-time faculty in that department. She has a core of outstanding adjuncts that all work full-time in the field. So they are up to date on best practice. They're living it and they're modeling it for their students. Yes.
How many adjuncts do you have in the education department?
In education, I don't know if she says on here, but it grows every semester because we have increased sections of our classes. So in this past semester, we hired 2 new adjuncts. So I think
But Dr. Gutierrez is the only full-time person
She
in the
is.
education department.
so. She has done yeoman's work. She's developed master courses and has done a fantastic job. And our adjuncts are equally wonderful.
You bet. Dr. Streeter, I'm just going to mention what we talked about this afternoon a little bit. There is a growing problem in Kansas, and it's called dyslexia. The legislature has now asked all universities to teach students how to teach reading because we're not doing it. We took phonics out of the curriculum. But the biggest thing is a program called Orton Gillingham. And it's a heavy program, but I really think with Dr. Gutierrez, if she could, and if we could invest in her to teach families, students, teachers how to read, I think this would grow the program even more. I am very personally involved with dyslexia, having several students and relatives with dyslexia. It's a common problem out there. They are not dumb. The letters just flip upside down, go sideways, backwards, whatever. But I would really like to see Butler look into something like that. I think it would be innovative. Right now, they are in the legislature, they're looking at somebody to run the dyslexia program. If it gets done, I don't know. It doesn't look like maybe one of the House or the Senate will pass it, but it's something that's desperately needed in our universities. And right now, they're not picking up the ball. And I think we need to do that. I really think it would help our program.
Well, thank you. We will look into that.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
Please do.
One of the things that we've developed with early childhood and education is our unified teaching degree. So that is early childhood through second grade, I believe. And so we offer that now in our education programs. We had a joint virtual open house. It was pretty great. You know, the first time through anything, you learn a lot. And we learned a lot, but it was a wonderful time, and we had students that came and shared their experience, and it was a wonderful opportunity. And the student who came to it enrolled as a result.
Wonderful.
So
I was going to ask though, Head Start is not on here.
Head Start is not on.
Where they are maybe offering classes or even where they send their students to work.
We do not have any classes that we offer from Head Start right now. As far as in a Head Start location, we do at Tops North, Tops South, Rainbow.
And they're wonderful. I'm just thinking here in El Dorado, Head Start could really use it.
Well, that is, I can write that down too, and we can check into that.
They also need the Early Childhood Associate's degree for applied science to be able to teach in a Head Start facility.
Yes. We are also, we have a 2+2 now for a bachelor's degree with Wichita State in that area. Human performance, fitness and wellness. Matt Sanders is our chair. We have another full-time faculty, Bryce Winkleplex. Both of them are registered strength and conditioning coaches through the National Strength and Conditioning Association. And Matt is one of 4 individuals in the state of Kansas to earn emeritus status with the NSCA. So he's doing a great job. One of the huge things that we've done in that department is that we have developed all of the core classes in an online capacity. So the online transformation, the ability for students to take all of those classes online will be finished by June 2021. We're pretty excited about that. Fire and EMS education, as Trustee Good came out for a visit this afternoon, can attest it's a wonderful program, wonderful facilities, a lot of partnership with the city. And so Trustee Winslow, to your point, when that station was built, it was
Built over here.
No, it was built with the city of El Dorado, and as part of that agreement at that time in 2011, it was built into that they would have space for 10 residents, and that those residents would work with El Dorado Fire in a student resident capacity. However, we encourage all of our students in Fire 1, which is their first class that they have to take, to join a volunteer department. And so our students are on volunteer departments from Potwin to Douglas and every place in between. We really feel like the hands-on learning that they get through Butler's program with the Fire Training Tower prepares them well to not just be on a volunteer department, but really contribute to the volunteer department, which is part of our mission, right? Contributing to the vitality of the communities that we serve. We also have adjuncts that are from area departments. So we have El Dorado, we have had Andover, one of the lieutenants from Rose Hill teaches every fall. So we bring our instructors from around, and then they're able to recruit to their volunteer departments as well.
Question?
Yes.
What happened to the agility course that Butler has? Is it
Are you talking about?
the ropes?
Yeah. Is it being maintained? I didn't know that.
Mary Martha, our Grizzly Adventures is closed right now due to COVID, so everything is shut down. We will need to have some additional discussions about whether we reopen it or not. And I have asked Michelle Reuter, who oversees Beta, to provide me some additional information. I actually just emailed her this week with looking at the cost to open it again, timelines for getting inspections and that kind of thing done before we can open it.
Great. Thank you.
Or does that also have a high insurance price tag?
The insurance for Grizzly Adventures course it runs about $5,000 a year currently. So, again, we would have to have an inspection, and I don't know if those rates have increased since we closed it about a year ago.
Okay, thank you.
So one of our faculty member in Fire and EMS, Jeb Burris, is in his third year of 3 with the state's EMS Education Development Task Force. And he is one of 2 appointments by the Kansas Board of EMS. And he's on the board of Region 3 EMS Council and active with KBEMS. So there are some acronyms for you. Criminal justice, we also have lead instructor Miles Rippleby, and then we share another faculty with behavioral science. In Fire and EMS, we talk about duty, pride, tradition. In criminal justice, we talk about honor, integrity, and trust. So we have set those words as our culture, as what we do day in and day out in the classroom. Miles has led us in putting in an internship course in the criminal justice pathway so that students can do something similar that they do in fire science and have real world active experience as part of their education at Butler. And we are working on working more closely with the internships with our Butler Police Force as well. So our division is full of wonderful people, and thank you so much for your support and in the varied things that we do.
I just have a couple of questions. Back to that fire startup, you said you had room for 10, I guess what do you call them, interns or residents? Okay. So those residents get in-district tuition, right? Is that what you were implying earlier?
No, it depends on where they are from. So if they are Butler County students, they get Butler County tuition, and then there is a scholarship piece to that. So the 10 residents work 5 24-hour shifts a month with El Dorado Fire. They actually work more than that, but they must work at least 5 24-hour shifts with the city of El Dorado, the fire department. They're assigned to a shift, and they do all shifts with that shift. And then they are they get a scholarship that is roughly $600 a semester that helps with their room and board costs, and they must participate in the residency program to be eligible.
Is there any opportunity at all to open that up to outlying districts as well? To
Well,
give them some kind of break as far as their tuition or some kind of credit as far as their volunteer service? I'm very well aware to how the rural departments work. I was on the fire board oversight board for, I don't know, 20 some years for Fire District 3. So I'm really familiar with how they learn and don't learn. They do teach a lot of classes on Saturdays and so forth and so on. But I'm just curious to how we could maybe spread this out to a little bit wider umbrella than El Dorado. It's not possible, just says state, but if it is, that'd be great. If we look into something like that, I would like to see that for all departments.
you mean
The
expanded
rural departments.
residency program?
Yeah, whatever you want, whatever could be expanded to offer more students in that fire district program.
And the cities need to combine, I mean, with Butler to develop a program like that.
Yeah, I do too want to clarify that that scholarship for the residency students is not the only scholarship for fire science program students. So many fire science students receive scholarship dollars. But yeah, yes.
So what I'm hearing,
There's 2 kids from Oklahoma.
what I'm hearing from your question, and maybe let me clarify this, is you're wanting the ability that they have to work those 5 shifts in other Butler County.
Not necessarily mandating
Oh,
that,
okay,
but
but
offering the
offering it.
ability to have that internship that you're talking about grow and spread to other rural fire departments.
Well, we are certainly open to conversation. So
Well,
I had one quick question. I mean, looking at these numbers, I know we've had declining enrollment in credit hours, but you guys, this department has increased or stayed really steady. But in the criminal justice, it's the only one that's kind of gone down. Is that because the job market's so tight? There's not as many openings, or what would?
there are a lot of job openings in that field. I believe that there have been some cultural things that have led to a decline in enrollment for those. And we did not have an internship piece built into the curriculum before this semester. So we very much noticed the trajectory was not going in the way that we wanted. And so we have made some changes.
We're able to
and
go through it and intern. That might
I think the
better
internship piece will really bolster the program.
And then one thing that we're really up against is some entities have waived having any kind of degree as an option. They'll hire them just straight with a high school education. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Let's see, I think this is where I'm supposed to sit. Oh, maybe you have something. I don't know what that is. But I don't have my glasses on.
So we will move on to the board strategic discussion. That Dr. Crawley should speak to that, but that's something that we've talked about as a board, trying to do some training and board development stuff. And that's really what this is in regard to. And I think primarily to just give an update and then try to determine some potential dates that would work for everybody.
Yep, thank you. We have been busy trying to seek out some resources for board training as you've requested. I think you maybe remember that Jim and I talked to Association of Governing Boards last fall. Have talked to the presidents at Western Nebraska Community College, talked to Tom Bordenkircher as well for some recommendations, but talked to Western Nebraska Community College and Southeast Community College presidents, talked to some folks at ACCT, Association of Community College Trustees, 2 different folks at that level. Lance and I talked to the board chair and the past board chair from Southeast Community College last week. And all of these institutions have been engaged with ACCT training and had lots of good things to say about them. So we think it would be beneficial to utilize the ACCT resources for some board training.
Typically what they do is they'll come in, we think we need and would better appreciate a face-to-face training to start off with rather than virtual. They'll do virtual, but you know how we all like virtual. And so we've talked to them. I talked to Colleen Allen at ACCT, who's in charge of the retreat evaluation services. I also talked to Pam Fisher, who is one of the folks that does training, currently working with Garden City right now. Talked to Garden City president, and they're really pleased with the training that they've had. And I talked, sorry, to the Johnson County president. They've used ACCT training. But we think what would be most beneficial would be to have a trainer come in like on a Friday afternoon, probably spend the afternoon, have dinner, kind of get acquainted, and then spend a Saturday with the face-to-face training, typically about 6 or 7 hours on a Saturday. And then what they do is do follow-up virtual trainings unless we want them to come back, face-to-face for trainings. And so a couple of the dates that I'm looking at, and ACCT sent me some names of potential facilitators. Of course, it's going to be dependent upon schedules, travel schedules, and their schedules and everything. But I'm wondering about April 2nd and 3rd, which would be a Friday and a Saturday. Come in on Friday, spend the day on Saturday working. April 16th or 17th, or 16, 17, and then April 30, May 1st. So again, I'll have Laura send that information out to you. You can check your calendars and see what you think will work best for you. Typically what they do when they come in, they will interview and survey every board member first and the president to determine specific needs. The proposed retreat training oftentimes reviews standards of good practice, governance, establish an understanding of the policy role of the board, clarify the roles and responsibilities of board officers and that of the president and administration. And they really kind of tailor it around what board members want. Lots of times the first steps are kind of general training, and then oftentimes if they follow up, it'll be more specific topics that you would choose to engage them in. And so it says here, ongoing training opportunities might include sessions on specific topics like understanding fiduciary responsibilities or exploring ethics and conflicts of interest, cultivating effective board relationships, establishing effective communication protocols and things like that. So they also do ongoing technical assistance and coaching for the board chair and president for up to 12 months if we want that. I have training dollars. The 1 day training or the 1.5 day training, whatever, will probably be around $4,000 or a little bit more by the time we do travel expenses. And I have dollars in my budget because we haven't traveled this year, haven't spent any money on registration or travel or meals or lodging or anything. And so there's already money within my office budget to cover this. This would not be in addition to the budget at all.
That's a lot cheaper than what we originally were looking at.
Yeah, Association of Governing Boards was about $18,000. And so it was really, really pricey.
Sorry to interrupt. The ACCT, these are the people who've been sending us the emails for the virtual classes, like they have
Yes,
the
yep.
procedural.
And you get the trustee quarterly. I think you guys get that magazine. I'm
So
sorry.
that's really convenient. I mean,
Oh.
I'm able to work, click in, put in my headphones and work
Yep.
and listen to it.
Yeah.
And that's
They
very
have a lot
convenient.
of resources. They have a lot of resources. And the folks that they use for facilitators are really experienced. They're career educators, they're career board members. I mean, they come with a lot of experience and really do training all over the nation. So I'll have Laura send those dates to you. Oh, is it Easter? Okay, I was just, all right, well, they won't travel that way anyway. I was just pulling dates off the calendar. I wasn't paying any attention. So, but we would need to do it together, obviously.
Are they willing to, do they want to do it on a Friday, Saturday? Are they willing to do it on a Saturday as far as we know?
I didn't ask. I'll find out. I'll call,
say-
I guess I was thinking Friday, Saturday because of work schedules.
You say travel, what do you mean by, are we traveling
No,
somewhere? or
no,
they're
they'll
coming
have to
here?
fly in.
Okay.
Or drive.
Yeah.
We'll have to pay for a hotel and their travel expenses.
Yeah, I got room.
He's not joking.
He's got 20 rooms, doesn't he?
Yeah.
About. Okay, so we'll send you those dates. We want to try and get on their schedule. We'll have to work within their travel schedules. But Laura will send that information out, and if I can reach back out to ACCT by the end of the week, that'd be really helpful. So anyway, I think there's some good options there.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So we'll move on to board action items.
Okay.
Discuss tuition and fees.
Right. Let me just give you a real quick overview here, and then we'll call in the experts. Last month we had information, the same information in front of you for some discussion. The recommendations have been put together by our team, experienced team, over a pretty long period of time, and they spend a lot of time looking at the demographics and student demographics and enrollments, trends, and all of that sort of stuff. COVID has kind of thrown all of that stuff out the window right now. But in developing these recommendations, as we noted last month, three really key interests. We need to make sure our tuition is affordable for all students. We want to continue our discount for the Butler County students, and we want to make sure that we generate revenues to support the college operations. And so you're going to see information that's similar to what you had last month, but you also asked the team to come back with a couple more recommendations. And so they've done that. They'll go through those with you. They'll go through all of this information with you. But just as an overview, remember, part of what we're doing this year is eliminating our standard technology fee and eliminating the online course fee that's been in place for years, and replacing some of that with a technology access charge that is applied to every student. It spreads out that cost for technology across the college. So I think Jessica Omen's ready to speak, and I think Kent is going to speak, but they will walk you through. Why don't you let them walk you through the information? If you can kind of save your questions until we get to some points where it works to ask questions, I think that's great. Jessica's going to walk you through the information on page 28. I think Kent's going to talk about the revenue information. And then I believe Jessica probably also will talk about the other options that you asked the team to bring back. We brought back two other options, and I think Jessica maybe is walking you through those two. So Jessica, I'll turn it over to you, okay? Oh, one other thing, sorry. And I think we said this last month, that we have to make a decision tonight, because we've got to get this in the catalog and published, because we're starting to enroll students, and they need to know what those costs are going to be. So
I had a quick question. The program that you're talking about. Well, okay, you're talking about the fees right now, so I'm sorry.
Well, Jessica will walk through all of that for you, okay? Yeah.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. What I'm going to do is walk you through our the table on the TFA. As Dr. Kroll mentioned, we did look at different factors in order to come up with our best recommendation for you tonight. We looked at the affordability for our students. We looked at a discount to our in-county students, and then also considering college operations, our budget constraints, and the need to fund ongoing technology maintenance and upgrades. It's really important that we keep a balance between our budget needs and how our tuition and our fee rate impacts the ability to leverage enrollment. So if we look at the table here that's highlighted in green, this is a new technology fee that we are recommending. This would be based on 3 So 3 credit hours or less is $50 a term. 3.5 to 6 credit hours is $100. 6.5 to 11.5 credit hours is $175, and 12 or more is $250 a credit hour. In previous years, all students have paid a technology fee and online students paid an online fee. However, knowing that all students utilize our technology on campus and off campus, we've proposed combining these fees and assessing this one fee that is listed in this chart in order to increase transparency for students. So moving into table 2, this is where we break down the tuition and fee recommendation for FY22. So this first column here is the actual for 2021, and then the recommended is in this column here with the highlights. And then the final column shows the increase or decrease to those figures. So for example, I want to just share with you how this works. So when we share tuition and fee rates with students, we use the combined tuition and fees. So this rate here. So what we're recommending for FY 2022 is $102 per credit hour for our in-district students, so our Butler County students. And then the breakdown of that for tuition for those students is highlighted here in yellow of $76.45. Then you come down into this next section where we outline the credit hour by fee. And this rate shows the activity fee. We do have to break this one out, so it is a little bit confusing. So that's why I wanted to walk through this. So the activity fee is actually going to go up 73 cents. The student union fee is going up $1. However, you'll see here that we have 0 for the technology fee. So that's a reduction over here of $10.43. So the overall credit hour and fee rates is $22.55. So that's a reduction of $8.70. So in order to get to this total up here, we add the $76.45 and the $25.55 for $102 a credit hour. Then the final section here shows table 3. This is what the tuition and fee rates would be based on similar proposal, eliminating the technology fee. The employees and family members would also pay the new technology fee each semester based on the credit hours enrolled in. So this proposal, as Dr. Kroll mentioned, we've looked at quite a bit. We've looked at what this would mean for a differential for our in-county students. And what it does is it increases the differential by $18.50 for in-county students, which is the highest in the state when you look at the other community colleges. We're also requesting to implement the technology fee for all students to help address the technology needs and maintenance. At this time, Kent is going to talk about the revenue based on our recommendation, and then he also is going to share the additional scenarios that you requested at our previous meeting. So Kent, I'll let you take it from here.
Okay. So I think you can see attachment A here, which would be page 29 in your board book, I believe. And you can see we've gone to a color coding here. Sometimes this gets pretty confusing, so we thought we could highlight this a little bit. What this table does is look at the calculations to get us to the total revenue based on the assumptions for the current year, YE21 in the yellow, and for next year, FY22 in the blue. And we use the same number of credit hours for both calculations. We're also actually presenting our budget, which we'll talk about in the work session, based on the 142 for each year. Particularly for the tuition and fees, it's much more of an apples to apples comparison if we use the same credit hours. And then we can look at the actual amount that the revenue went up, which is this figure down here, 343,771. And so that's the amount that the revenues we anticipate, given the assumptions that we're making here, could be the increase to our revenue for next year, based on the same number of credit hours, but these increased rates over the current year rates. Any questions about that?
I do. My main concern with keeping the credit hours the same, in our book in March 10th of 2020, you presented we base it off 147,450 credit hours for 21. Now we hit 21 and we're 142,000 credit hours. You'd only dropped it 2.5% last year. And I think budgeting this with the same numbers, I went through it with a 5% deduction. Just say if we lose 5% of credit hours, which is less than we have been losing every year for the past 4 years, I had a total decrease of $810,830 with under 5% decrease in credit hours taught if we're doing it.
Yeah, you know, Shelby, you raise a good point. I would like, I think, to ask you and the trustees to just accept this as an assumption for this point in time. And we'll get into the budget in the work session, but even there, the budget at this time, what we're presenting is really a snapshot of what would happen if these, all of these assumptions would come true. And what the administration would like to do is take the next few months, April, May, and June, before we actually get to year end, to look at what would happen under those different scenarios. So, you know, we only have so much time at this particular meeting, and when we develop the budget presentation, which we'll go over in the work session, we just feel that the time is best used by looking at one set of assumptions, and then knowing that that should give us information at this particular point in time to work through those budget scenarios throughout the next few months. There's also, I mean, there's many more decisions and assumptions that become clearer over the next few months. The state aid, of course, is the biggest one, and we can follow also our enrollment trends a little more. So that's sort of the assumption that we made and why we're just using the flat credit hours for this presentation.
It allows, and I don't know if you can hear me or not, it allows a comparison, a better comparison.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Sorry. I just said it also allows a better comparison of apples to apples. If we leave the credit hours the same, then that's one variable that we're controlling. It's just for comparison purposes because you're changing the tuition and you're changing the fees. And so it gives you that reference point. If you know, if we're got 142,000 credit hours now and we change the tuition and fees, here's what it would look like. So it's just controlling one variable so that we can make that comparison.
I understand the comparison. I just think it's a fallacy to assume. I mean, if you were a gambling man, what would you bet on the fact that we'll have exactly 142,000 credit hours next year? We won't lose any.
I'd bet zero, Shelby. I appreciate
I understand, but I think a 95% version of that number would give us a realistic number for next year, not a 5% inflated number of what could happen if we keep all our numbers the same.
Well, we'll do that when we budget. This is for comparison purposes right now, so you see what happens with tuition and fees.
Want a more
when we budget, we'll show different numbers.
Okay. I
My
agree with
point is
Shelby.
Last year he presented 147,000 credit hours, and we ended up at 142,000 credit hours, and that's what we based all of our information on. And I don't even know if we're really at 142,000 right now exactly. I don't know what that number is, but I don't want to base all of our guesswork on a number that's not real.
Well, our purpose right now is to set the tuition and fee rates. And we think this is a valid model to give you the information that you need to determine if you think the tuition and fee rates are appropriate or not as a board.
Okay. Well, I just backed everything out just under 5%, so I'd have my numbers that I think are more accurate. And I did not, and I kept all the numbers for the tuition and fee separated out also, just to compare how I think it might shake out.
Well, isn't part of this, I mean, I think what Kent's trying to show us is we're changing the structure of how fees and tuition have gone together from what they've been in the past. So this highlights, assuming enrollment or tuition stays the same, which I know that the hours won't be identical, of course, but this shows us that what the new model is going to generate more revenue than the old model did for the same number of hours. I don't think this is designed to say we need to hit 13.8 million in fee revenue, and this is how we do it.
But to come back around to the fees that we're charging per credit hour, if they have 12 or greater, 6 to 12, 3 to 6, those numbers we're looking at are not going to be our numbers based on 114,000. Those numbers will all come off of 134.9, 5%. I just did it 135,000. So I'm seeing all these numbers, but I don't appreciate seeing numbers that aren't going to be the numbers that pan out next year. Most likely. That's all I'm trying to get at.
If I can add a comment, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate Shelby's point. And there's really no soft way to say this, but I totally agree from a longtime accountant perspective that when you practice running numbers, the numbers have to be as realistic as you can get. And that may not be your world, but it's been my world. And I have a feeling it's been Shelby's as well. So rather than, I would like to see the same exact information based on 135,000 credit hours.
I just see in the budget recommendation, there's a $2.29 million increase coming. It's proposed. It's like, I don't know.
Kent, on this, I mean, even if we reduce the 142 to 135, then the model's still going to show that the FY22 is basically the same ratio ahead because of the change in structure. Is that correct? I mean, there may be a little variance to it, but
Right, there would be a few less hours, so the revenue
there'd be
increase
fewer
might
hours
be.
on both sides of the equation.
You know, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Lance, but we had this discussion extensively in our tuition and fee group and in the VP meeting, and what you're talking about is reality of what's going to happen next year. And you know what Shelby's saying, that may be reality next year. On the other hand, there is some writings by very learned people who think because the pandemic is going to be over next year, that community college enrollments could go up. So that could become a reality too. And I know ESOM has looked into this more extensively and shared with the group, but we don't know that just because we have a past trend of going down, that's what's going to happen next year. We think a lot of what happened going down this year was due to the pandemic. Next year, that may not be here. So while I appreciate what Shelby's saying, that he looks at that as going to be reality next year, I look at that as one scenario that could come true next year. Out of many scenarios, we could have a scenario where we go up next year. So rather than try to play the game of which scenario are we going to choose, we made a decision to make this presentation based on the same number of hours.
Well, I think you guys obviously have the expertise in doing this as well, as far as setting those numbers and making the recommendations. So,
Mr. Chair, I would move that we accept the recommendation that the college has put forth with the numbers for tuition and fee rates.
They've got 3 recommendations for us. So which one?
there's only one that was recommended. There are two other options. The original recommended, which would be, hang on, it would be
Bottom page 31.
the bottom of page 31, the far left-hand column.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the tuition and fee recommendation as presented. Is there any other discussion or questions?
My 2 cents would be 2019, we lost 6.2%. 2020, we lost 5.7%. 2021 estimate of losing 8.2%. 2022 of 0. I'm not a mathematician, but basing all of this off of, I understand the apples to apples comparison. I just don't, if we come at it and then we're less than that, our budget numbers are not going to be right on.
How far back, and I don't know the answer to this, but how far back have you looked at those numbers? I mean, I assume at some point there was tuition, there was enrollment increases.
I've got those numbers. There was enrollment.
Our peak enrollment was in
2017.
2010,
Well, I mean,
and it's gone down.
2016 we were even. 2016 we lost 0.2. 2017 we lost, or we were up 1.6, and then 18, 19, 20, 21 we've gone down. So even when we increased, it was 1.6% or 0.2% all the way back to 2016. So that's my 2 cents.
You know, Mr. Chair, can we just confirm if Jessica's still on there? Did you say that with the recommended amount, we're going to create a situation where the spread between in-district tuition rates and out-of-district is the highest delta in the state?
Yes, that is correct. $18.50.
So, I mean, I think part of how we should maybe be looking at this is, I completely understand your point, Shelby, that the numbers may not be accurate. Maybe the way we should be looking at this is, do we think that the tuition numbers are a fair place to go? And we're going to have to figure out what we think the actual revenue generated from those fees numbers is when we get to the budget point.
And we're going to have the same discussion as last year. I'm here to try to get the mill levy cut. From what I ran these same numbers of credit hours by what the taxpayers pay, what they're paying per credit hour, period. And in 2015, it was $71. And now we are, with the mill levy, $107.66 per credit hour funded by taxpayers of Butler County, period. If you we back out the mill levy, because at sunset, we're at $96.81. So that's where I'm coming at too. It's a pretty big burden on, so I know the numbers are lower for the, but we only have 20% of our students come from Butler County. So it really throws off the comparison numbers. 80% are from out of it. That's why such a small change in out of county would.
Well, that's what this change shows. It shows still a savings for the Butler County students. I think the other thing that's important, I mean, and we have to have this conversation. What's the vision for this college? You know, and if we want to keep this affordable, if we want to have our doors open access for students, those students that come to us from outside of the county, I had ESOM run a report, and those are the students that are populating our education courses, nursing, IT. They're the ones that are providing that increased enrollment in those areas that are signature programs for us. So they contribute a lot to the value and the functioning of this college and the strength of it. So
my only comment would be this. There was a day that the entire mission statement of this college was much different. And I realize that some people don't like to hear personal experience, Mary Martha, but you know, it used to be when you were a Butler County resident, you actually came to this college tuition free. You paid maybe a few fees, but your tuition was free because the college back then,
Mine never was.
felt like at that point that, hey, you know what, you're taxpayers, you own property here, you're already paying taxes, so we don't give you tuition amounts. I should know because my brother graduated from here tuition free. So we are,
do we know
what year, what?
What was the mill levy when that was all?
I don't even know if there was a mill levy back then.
there's always been a mill levy.
But, you know, bottom line is, you know, there's got to be a happy medium, folks. We don't want to be destroying a college. We love the college. We want the college to continue to exist. There's got to be a happy medium. And I'm not seeing any of these numbers. I just am not. I understand you spend scads of time going over them, and scads of time making sure that everything is good, but
I just don't want to make out of district prohibitive to the point that we lose capability. Oh, Shelby's validly concerned. We might be pulling our so that could filter all the way through every program, what other programs.
My concern
I think
too,
the other thing,
$2 a credit hour, 15 hours, $30. But it nets us 200 some thousand dollars. Almost 300 minus the scholarship offset, which I don't like.
I would
think
just
the-
like to see more of the addressing of the Butler County students. I understand what you're saying. Oh, it's great that we get students from other counties. But I still feel like Butler County students are already paying a lot of money because they live here. So why shouldn't there be a bigger difference in the tuition that they pay?
let me add a couple of points here, things that we're talking about. We have some budgeted unused scholarship dollars this year. We were just talking in meetings within the last week about whether we can allocate those next year specifically to Butler County students to reduce and do it on a scholarship basis. And so, we're looking at that. We also have some sense that we may be able to utilize the CARES dollars in a significant way once we know what some of those guidelines are. And the other thing is that we can also have some conversation with the folks in the foundation about last year they gave some scholarship dollars to admissions to try and target some specific students. And so we can go back to the foundation again and talk with them about whether there's some options for some other scholarship dollars for students. I think it's important to remember that overall, we're increasing the cost for every single student that's coming to us because of that technology access charge. And so the tuition and fees that have been put in front of you for recommendation are with that understanding that every student is going to actually pay more coming to us next year because of that technology access charge. And so
My final 2 cents as a business owner at this point in my career, your guys' career, we're not young. We don't try to be the cheapest around or compete with the new startups that are like, hey, I got to be the lowest bottom dollar or no one will come here. Our product is good. It's going to cost you $30 more. Yeah, but it's worth it. Okay, driving on. I mean, that needs to be our attitude. We need to not be frightened of scaring off people by a couple dollar charge here or there. If we offer a good, solid product, people will pay and be happy to.
Are you talking about the difference between?
Julie, what I'm hearing.
I'm just talking about attitude in general, because I know Esau
Okay.
presented, the elasticity of demand. If we raise $2, we lose 1,000 students or what. And to totally throw me under the bus and make me illogical, the international students, there's so few of them, I wouldn't even mind dropping their price to try to get some more of them, because it's not going to cost us much money to see if that works. And that's an idea too.
it
Not
does
at this
work.
point.
It does work.
Ken,
It
just
does work. We did it.
Curiosity, what of the out of the international and the out of state, what percentage of those are scholarship students in some form or fashion, whether it be judging team or athletic programs? Do we have any
We have to
idea?
go back.
Yeah, but if
They
they're
aren't
all,
gonna know that off the top.
a ton of them are on scholarship, that might throw that off too.
Julie, if I hear you correctly, though, you're talking about lowering the tuition rates for Butler County students. Is that
Substantially. Not only that, but not raising any of the fees for Butler County. I mean, come on, $15 million a year. That is a capital investment that this county continually makes. And it's almost unappreciated from these spreadsheets. And although I understand the way things have been done and so forth and so on, and this is the way it's been for 20 years or whatever, it doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it right. We in Butler County pay a lot of money to live out here. A lot of money. And there's only 64,000 of us. And most of those people are property owners. So I'm saying that we need some kind of a write-off for that $15 million donation. And if it's less fees, less tuition for our Butler County students, so be it. And if the other students have to pay more, or other states or other counties have to contribute more to the college, then maybe we should be asserting effort in order to get donations from them or whatever it takes.
Well,
I'm
and I
just
think that's-
asking for a
That's,
compromise.
go ahead,
that's
Mary
all.
Martha.
Jessica, are all the community college tuitions in for next year? I did not
No.
think they were.
There.
No, they're not.
So
Everybody-
really,
they're
when you say
deciding
that
them
we're
right
the
now.
highest, that's really not a true statement, correct?
It is true based on our recommendation and what we know of other colleges at this point in time.
How many
La-
have,
Last year, we were the second or third highest, and we anticipate we'll be right at the top again this year. Yeah. So right now, compared with that information that we have from last year, we'll be the highest.
My only philosophical issue is return the mill levy to the taxpayers, make it 10 or whatever. The students that choose to come here will pay that themselves, even if their tuition has to go up a little bit. I mean, people who choose this can take responsibility on themselves, pay their own way. We have a good product.
What programs are you willing to put at risk to do that? Because if they don't come, then we have to cut programs, or we have to raise the mill levy back to where it was.
I
So
think
what
we're at the
programs are you
point-
willing to say, here, we'll let these go if that happens?
This is where I told you I wanted to add something on next month's agenda. I think any out of county, not in Butler County, satellite institution, Butler County, we pay 15 million, we pay $100 a credit hour. Any satellite institution that's not in county, I think they need to be responsible like we are in Butler and pay the Butler taxpayers back the same amount we're contributing.
We don't have any authority to tax those
No,
counties,
they
but-
would have.
No,
to-
but
they
they
have
would,
to implement that.
they would either,
Let's carry this
Yeah.
discussion over into the budget conversation later. Any other discussion as it relates specifically to tuition and fee rates?
Joby, I've got a question. At the bottom of page 31, the alternative of increasing the out-of-district rate by $2 an hour looks like it shows a $91,400.
Yeah, that's my
increase.
curiosity.
How did you get to $200,000?
well, you take 97,336 in-state district credit hours, which is 95% of what we're told it would be, times $2 is 194,672. But there's some sort of scholarship adjustment that hits that I don't know. I don't know why it would go down to 91,000.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
if I could, because of the scholarships and waivers, when we raise $1 in tuition and then add in the scholarships waivers, it comes to about 75 cents on the dollar that we get, about 3/4.
Kent, does that number also reflect some of the elasticity of demand issue, that the number of hours goes down if we're increasing the rates, or are those numbers assuming that the hours don't change?
Yes, for the in-district, we do assume, for this option on the in-district, we did assume an elasticity of demand, so they did drop down slightly.
So it's not an apples to apples at that point. My question to Forrest's point, let's use your numbers of 102,383. Please forgive me for taking the time to do this. Times $2 is $204,000, and it's 75 cents. So take that times 0.75. That number is 153,574, and we're being presented 91. And I don't see the discrepancy. That's a huge discrepancy.
I can follow your numbers there. We're not using this.
Just a second. Just a second. You take 100,000 credit hours from out of county students or in-state tuition times 2. That's 200,000. You take 200,000 times 75 cents, and that gives you that number of roughly 150,000. But the number we're presented is 91,000.
That's on top of what they've already presented to you. That's in addition to the revenue that they're showing right now.
Ken, did you understand his question?
No, I think it's a good point. I'm not, I'd have to go back and look at my spreadsheet to see how that was calculated.
It doesn't make any sense to end up with 91,000 with the $2 increase, when on the previous page, you state we'll have 102,000 credit hours. And that's not even a $1 increase. That's less than 50% actually ends up in our coffers. That I don't understand that math. I have old math, not new.
Mr. Chairman, we do have a motion on the floor,
We
so
do.
we need
Is there
to
any other
rescind it.
discussion as it relates to the motion? If seeing none, Laura, I'll go
You
ahead
gotta vote on
call the
Trustee,
roll call.
Could you repeat the motion?
The motion was to accept the recommendation for the tuition and fee rates as presented, which would be the bottom of page 31 under the recommended rates.
Can we move to rescind the motion at this time until we go to the budget session?
We need to set the rates this evening. We have a motion we need to vote on.
You can rescind it.
Well, the work session is not, there's not board action that takes place in the work session. And the budget discussions in the work session. The budget work session is just an update on where we are right now. It's not a discussion about next year's budget yet at this point in time. It's just an update on where we are budget wise based on enrollment and expenditures and revenues and that sort of stuff right now. We have to make a decision on tuition and fees tonight because it's got to go in the catalog. We've got to be able to put it on the website. We've got to start to tell students because they're already starting to enroll. So we need you to make a decision tonight on tuition and fees. You've had this information, in front of you last month, and then have the other two options, tonight to look at.
I've stated before that I'm more in favor of increasing user fees per se. They get something for their dollars as opposed to raising taxes. If we can generate more dollars by charging out of district students a little bit more, I think there's some merit to that.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
I'm not playing politics. I'm
And
just
that's,
saying.
that's why we put one of those scenarios in front of you.
Let's vote on this one. If
Yep.
it passes, it
Let's
passes.
vote.
If not, we'll proceed with option 2.
Yep.
See what happens. We've had a lot of discussion.
I mean, I just finally figured out what you were talking about, Shelby, on
Sorry.
Laura, you wanna go ahead?
Yep, sure. Trustee Good,
no.
Trustee Law,
No.
Trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
No.
Trustee Howell,
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
No.
That's 4-3.
So I would like to move that we adopt the $2 increase of in-state and out-of-state fees. As
Which is
presented in the
option-
middle column.
Yeah,
In the middle
option
column.
1.
I would second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt, essentially, I'm going to call it option 2, where we raised fees.
It says option 1 in the,
Yeah.
just be careful. on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The middle
To
column.
raise
Yeah.
out in-state, out-district, and outstate by $2 a credit hour. Any discussion as it relates to that? Or
Was there a second?
yes, Shelby.
Shelby.
If not, Laura, go ahead. Call the roll.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
Trustee Law,
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
Trustee Howell,
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion passes. We'll move on to room and meal plan rates.
Yeah, this
Bill?
is information that was in front of you last month, and it's, we usually present it 1 month and then it comes back to you for approval the next month. So no changes in what you saw last month. And so I think it's probably ready for a motion.
I have one question.
Bill can probably answer that for you, maybe.
Bill, are you
Yep.
there?
I'm here.
What's the difference between an 18 and a 19 meal plan?
Cost wise, we don't offer an 18 meal plan. There's only the 19 meal plan from Great Western. Great Western, at some institutions, Great Western offers 14 meal plans, 15 meal plans, 19 meal plans. We have chosen to stay with the 19 meal plan. The difference between a 14 and a 19 is like $50 a year. And
What
that
meal is it? That's what I'm
Well,
talking about.
typically it's breakfast.
Oh,
Typically it's the breakfast meal and it's $50 a year. And we have students that want to eat breakfast some days, don't want to eat breakfast another day, and it ends up costing them more than $50. And it actually drives up the overall rate of the plan. So by doing the 19 meal plan, it allows us to keep it as the most affordable plan that we have available. And it works out best.
thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, I move we approve the room and meal rates as presented.
I second. You can go ahead, Shelby.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the meal plan rates. Laura, we'll go ahead and do the roll call.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Law,
Yes.
trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Howell,
Yes.
trustee Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes. We will move on to the audit report and acceptance of that. I know you guys talked, I think, some about that in finance committee, so it looked like everything was good
Everything
there.
was in order. Everything looked good. So I move we accept it as presented.
May I ask what it costs
To
for
do the
audit
audit?
report every year?
Oh, I don't know. We do an RFP every few years. Kent, or is Kim still on, or Kent, do you know what that cost is?
You know, I don't have that at my fingertips. Kim would probably know.
We'll get it for you.
And do we send out bids to different accounting firms to see if they would want to do this?
Not every year, every few years, but there aren't very many
I know.
auditing firms that do higher ed audits. We switched 2 years ago, I think, to BKD and went out and searched at that point in time. Before that, we did, who was our auditing firm? AGH, Kent?
Yes.
Yeah. So we've been with BKD a couple of years.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the audit report. Any discussion at all? Laura, we'll go ahead and call the roll.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Law,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
trustee Winslow,
Yes.
trustee Howell, trustee Smith.
Motion passes, and unless somebody objects, we'll go ahead and take a 5-minute break. if that's okay.
Yeah.
No, okay. Sorry for it. You gave us an idea, so we'll
Yeah.
be back in 5.
So what,
I knew
7:10?
that was, I knew that was gonna be a pretty contentious vote on the residence hall rates.
Yeah.
So I bailed on it, I'm sorry. Assuming it was 6:01. I thought there was just a bit of discussion. Get back in time for the vote and there was no discussion. Jim, did you get your appeal brief all done?
Yeah, we got done end of January, and there was a reply, and no, of course, there's nothing past
Is
the
this
reply.
state, what court is it?
State,
So there'll be oral argument at some point.
yeah, though hopefully
Go ahead and keep rolling. The diesel technology certification is next on the agenda.
Yeah, I think Lori and Mel are here and ready. Have been working obviously over the last number of months to put this potential program together. If you remember from the construction technology program, there has to be, it has to be discussed at the local level, at the board level, before anything can be submitted to the Technical Education Authority and to the Kansas Board of Regents for any kind of consideration at all. They require, as part of that packet, to be able to see in the meeting minutes that the board has talked about it and said, yes, go ahead and submit the program. And so this is really a first step in that approval process. I know that Mel has and Lori have some industry reps on to speak for just a few minutes on their support for the program. And I'm not sure, Lori or Mel, who's going to kind of take the lead on this, but I'll turn it over to you folks.
Okay, Dr. Kroll, I will take the lead because Mel is not with us this evening. He had a family commitment that he needed to attend to. I do have Naomi Thompson, who's the Associate Dean of the STEM Division here as well. And we will be happy to answer questions as well as provide an update on some of the questions that Shelby emailed earlier today. So why don't we start with our industry advisory committee members. I will let Naomi introduce those members and who they represent, and then we'll come back to the package and talk about questions you may have there.
Sure. Hi, again, I'm Naomi Thompson, Associate Dean for our STEM division. And I believe on the line, we do have, let's see, we have Connor Sherwood from Wildcat Construction. We have Dave Black from Freightliner. We have Anthony Dahl from Foley and Tyler Den, also from Wildcat Construction. And we also have Mark J, who is our Butler Auto Tech full-time faculty member. I don't know if they were prepared with remarks. I know that they're prepared to answer any questions we might have for them. But if any of you that I just mentioned, if you wanted to say a few words, please feel free to.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the program, and they may have some opportunity to offer support or answer questions as we walk through the information.
Yes,
Lori?
perfect. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Okay. Well, this proposal is to have a program to train diesel mechanics that will work on just about any kind of diesel engine, whether it be automobile, locomotive, ship, heavy industry, even stationary diesel engines. Shelby, you had a question this morning. I received an email that you had a request to narrow the 100-mile radius around Wichita to 40. Indeed, and ZipRecruiter do not give you a 40-mile radius option, so we went with a 50-mile radius option. And as of this morning, ZipRecruiter in a 50-mile circle around Wichita has 56 job openings that are posted on ZipRecruiter. And on Indeed, the 50-mile radius gives 37 jobs in that 50-mile radius, as opposed to the ones that are in the packet, which was 49 for ZipRecruiter and 46 for Indeed. So the numbers have changed a little bit. ZipRecruiter went up. Indeed dropped a tiny bit. I, out of curiosity, wanted to see if the 100-mile radius had changed at all since February 24th. And so as of this morning, the 100-mile radius for ZipRecruiter was up to 72 jobs, and for Indeed was at 45. So those numbers change based upon when employers post job openings, but the demand is there in our local region. The program, we are hoping that we can launch it in the fall of 21. We have one full-time faculty position recommended, which would be a reallocation of a current vacant position. And so there are budget dollars in the current budget that could be shifted to cover that faculty position. There are also obviously some startup costs, and those are listed. The way the Board of Regents packet lays that out, it's not always clear which pieces are startup, which are like equipment type things, and which are supplies. So I'm happy to answer questions in the appendix at the back that lays out the dollar amounts. Oh, another question that was posed is how many years would it take to recoup the start off costs? And so only using the credit hours generated by the technical courses. And when I say that, I mean the AT or the DT course prefixes. When we did our calculation this morning, it takes approximately 3 years to break even on the startup costs. And at that point, then, you know, we would have revenues that would be above those startup costs. However, that 3 years can be reduced if we have donations of various equipment that we need. We've also projected the enrollments to be initially at 10 if we were to fill all the seats at 15. Again, that would shorten that payback period. I would like to stop there and see what other questions you may have. I know the packet is lengthy. We are going to utilize a number of our current auto tech courses, but then add 5 new courses that are in line with the state alignment that the state does with those courses. And so that's kind of in a nutshell what the technical courses will encompass. What questions do you have?
Lori, on future collaboration is planned with Pratt Community College's Ag Equipment Program. Can you explain that further, please?
Well, I've not been at the table with Pratt. Mel has done that, but I know Pratt has a program where they work on diesel tractors. And so they've got good partnerships. I believe, trying to remember who their partnership is with. Naomi, do you recall it? I don't know.
John Deere? Is it John Deere?
I was thinking John Deere, and I'm sure
it could be
their facility, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who their partner is. But they've got a program, and you know, they're not that far away, so there's some potential to partner there. Mark J., you're on. Do you know who Pratt partners with?
He's muted.
Okay, I got an old computer, sorry. No, I do not know who Pratt is associated
I can look that up real quick.
Right. But I do know that we're also in communication with doing a 2+2 with Pitt State University, so students can transfer.
Is it beneficial to us to seek out John Deere to do a partnership with them?
Well, with having with Foley Caterpillar kind of heading the charge on this with us, I'd like to see us stay with one for now and then move multiple tasking.
Good evening. This is Anthony with Foley Equipment. I hope I got unmuted now. Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes, Anthony.
You bet. So from our point of view, going back to your initial comments about needing people, we absolutely are looking for technicians, and we're looking, hopefully by the end of March we've got to try to find about 60 different technicians to fill up our roles, what we're doing already, and plus the need hasn't shrunken yet. They're just starting to grow with the obviously with people retiring, and then the inflow is a lot less than the outflow, unfortunately, due to normal attrition. So from our point of view, we've already started the donation process, and so some companies are doing this, and we're excited to hear that this is going, something that's going to go forward, and proud to be part of it. from Foley's point of view and from my point of view as a recruiter, to me, I'm just befuddled that we don't have a diesel program closer to, the Wichita area, and that can feed into what we're needing because of all the different companies like ourselves and Sherwood. And those folks, there's just a huge need from our point of view. And then because we recruit from other classes from other diesel colleges, and it's not enough. It is not enough. And with Wichita providing obviously one of the largest population bases to pull from, it'd be a wonderful idea, just a wonderful thing to go forward in our eyes to recruit, because I know we could hire. If you could give me 15 of them out of that class, and if they're quality recruits, obviously we take it. I'm sure that my compatriots on the phone call would agree with me. So, but anyway, that's what we're looking for, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Hey, Anthony, this is Shelby Smith. What are your current requirements to hire diesel mechanics? I mean, if you're running out now and you need 50, I mean, you're not going to wait 2 years till these kids are ready. I mean, I was talking with another diesel mechanic last night. He requires no degree. And the second diesel mechanic I talked to that owns a shop, he says there's an online course you can take and then one night class, and then you're certified to start learning and, working at his shop. So do you require a 2-year degree to hire your diesel mechanics, or what are your?
No, but I can tell you, that's a great question. No, I guess to get the best results, it seemed like a 2-year degree from diesel. It's just not quite enough to get. There's so much to get the basics. And what I mean by that is, engines, transmissions, hydraulics, all those very, very basic fundamentals have to be taught to build a great foundation. And if we skip those, and what we're seeing from our experience is the 2-year programs are the best to pull from. In other words, we can go find from a single-year auto program or something short. But, granted, we got to grow our own too. But back to that 2-year program, those to be to us are the most successful technicians that we find. Yeah, we don't want to wait 2 years. Absolutely, we do not. But, but are also the other end of the game here is really finding people that are qualified to do it. And we have the best luck with folks coming out of a 2-year curriculum that do that, because there's just so much to learn back to those basics and staying with them and teaching them that.
I would
My other question to you, sorry, is how long have you been involved with talking with us about this program?
Actually, I met with Mel and one of my cohorts, Jeff Smarsh. We've actually talked about this back in, I believe it was late December of 2019, and then we actually met on campus in early 2020. And so I don't know if that's from the beginning or not, but Mel reached out to me, and we've been talking ever since. So, but again, from our point, we've got locations all over the state, both Kansas and Missouri, and we want to place some people, but I think it makes total sense from a population point of view to do that. But yeah, back to that is, I say December 19, you have to confirm with Mel, but I know it's been over a year now.
I'd like to add to that a response. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. You bet.
This is Tyler Dean with Wildcat Construction and Sherwood Companies. So we started partnering with Mel back in the same time period, kind of late 2019, for the construction technology program. And this kind of got on our radar right around that same time. Mel brought up the potential of doing a diesel program, and we got really excited because that is obviously a very big need for heavy equipment, heavy civil construction companies. So we've been involved since that time, and we've been excited the entire time. So definitely a huge supporter of what you're doing.
Okay. I guess this is Shelby Smith again. I guess where I'm going with this questioning is, first I heard of diesel receiving my packet was last Friday.
Yep.
And this is something I would have liked to have information over the last year so I could be more informed. Because we did this with the construction degree program a year ago, and it's starting in the fall, and we still don't have a good line out of what's happening. I mean, we didn't last month when we asked about it, and I'm just frustrated that I don't have access to this information months prior to asking to be able to commit all this money. And I saw in our books, Salina Technical College is 85 miles away, Washburn's 116 miles. I got on Washburn's website and contacted them today. They have a morning class and an afternoon class. It's a 1-year class, 24-month class. Well, I've got another picture, but let me pull it up real quick. And they said they have 18 kids in each class, morning and afternoon. So that's 36 graduates heading this way. And total cost from their program, it's Yeah, it's 2 semester, and they also offer a 1 semester class where they just bang it out in like a full-time job. But I mean, there's tons of information online. I hate to try to make a decision after barely delving into this. And I don't know, I guess that's my 2 cents. I'm just making a comment.
This is Trustee Winslow, and I also just got notice, of course, and although this has been highly developed, I'm sure just from the evidence that's in the book, there are a couple of questions that I would have. I'd like to know the most important certificate that you would need. You know, there's several certificates as far as diesel, but which ones do you consider mammoth? I mean, it looks like to me from the information here, the ASE industry certification is basically for cars and light trucks. And I don't think any gentleman that has participated in this deals with mainly cars and light trucks as far as diesel equipment. Am I correct? So I would think it would be most beneficial to you to just have a 40 credit hours for certificate route so that you could begin immediate hire as far as this minimal certificate.
Julie, on the page 52, where it shows the pathway and the program of study.
Yes.
There is a 40-hour certificate. And
right.
that mirrors the way those courses are laid out is very similar to the year 1 of the AAS degree. Year 2 is primarily gen eds if the student goes on to take those gen ed courses, and an internship option. So yes, many students, just like with auto tech, can do the certificate and be out of here into the workforce in 1 year by taking the technical courses.
Or if they wanted to go on to Pitt State, that gives them that ability. Is that correct?
Right. They would have to finish year 2, which, like I said, if you look at the year 2 courses are primarily general education and the internship option. So we offer, when we build a packet for KBOR, many times in many of our AAS degrees, we will have a certificate option for students, and many of them start there, and then they can come back if they wish and go the AAS route, get those gen eds to further their career or to further their general ed type skills. We've laid this program out for the students to take those technical programs in 2 semesters. So many of them, as Mark J can attest to, leave us at that point because they have full-time job opportunities.
What do you think is the probability for advancement as far as getting additional certificates once they get the original certificate, which right now is the light truck and automobile? What do you think their chances are of going forward and getting additional certificates? I mean, I don't know how many diesel certificates there are, but I'd like to.
Hello, this is Connor Sherwood with Wildcat Construction. I can speak a little bit on the ASE, I guess, diesel certificate difference. While I know the ASE does apply to trucks and smaller vehicles, it is still a lot of that information and knowledge, electrical brakes, stuff like that, will also apply to diesel vehicles. I know we have had, I guess, diesel technicians in our shop that have, it's a 20-year career for them, and we still give them a 10 to 15 cent raise if they go and update their ASE certification. So I guess, going back to the, are they likely to continue on to finish their diesel certification? I would say as an employer, we would be urging any student we were working with or looking at to finish that degree. We do value the ASE certifications, but those are kind of in addition to kind of the fundamental diesel knowledge, if that makes sense.
So does your company happen to have any kind of incentives, such as tuition reimbursement or a set amount of money, $500 if you pass the next certification? I'm just trying to get
Yes.
an overall feel for.
Yes. So right now we do basically a 10-cent raise, I believe, for each ASE certification, which I think it's valid for 5 years. So basically, yes, if they had not been certified, which I guess a lot of our technicians at this point are, they would be able to go and get that certification and receive a raise for it upon completion or receival of it.
And Connor, this is Tyler with Wildcat as well. And also, I mean, obviously with any partnership with a program like this, just like we are doing with our construction technology, we've committed dollars to sponsor the program, and we would more than likely, like fully, have a lot of demand and support students, you know, whether that be a new student or an employer through a process. And, you know, that could include scholarship. So.
Oh, yes.
And
hopefully
this
that
is
helps
Bill.
answer the rest of that.
Yeah, sorry, your hand's raised. Let's take you.
Go ahead, Dan. You're first, or Dave, or yeah. Sorry.
Real quick, hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. My name's Dave Black. I'm service manager here at Trucks and Companies, and I agree with everybody here, the co-partners here, in that I haven't been involved with Butler Rec very long. I heard about this a couple of weeks ago, and as soon as I did hear about it, it's like, yes, I'm jumping on board because it is in demand, especially in this area. We've actually had to go as far as Arizona, Missouri, Texas, recruiting students to come to this area. Going out visiting the local high schools that do have automotive courses here locally. I've sat in some of the classes and I've asked if there was a diesel technology program, how many of you would be in that right now? And almost 50% of every class raised their hand saying they'd rather be in the diesel technology than on the automotive side. You mentioned Pratt Community College. I was on the advisory committee out there. They are strictly ag side, where I was speaking with them also, trying to get the truck side on highway going. Plan sort of fell through. So that's why when this opportunity came up, it's like, yes, I'm jumping on board. The demand is high. And with the ASE certification, that is a individual's prerogative if they want to. We do, hope that everybody will commit to it and, further their knowledge. We give $1 per hour increase in wages if they are ASE certified. So a little bit of insight there.
I did go on the Pratt website a few minutes ago, and their sponsors for their ag related diesel program are primarily John Deere, Case International Harvester, New Holland, Caterpillar, and Ag. So those are their industry partners that support their program.
I just wanted to chime in on the ASE question. When we put this whole proposal together, we were looking at numerous factors. We were looking at what's going to be the quickest curriculum we can get into that's going to be available, and also where are we going to get additional funding. Carl Perkins will stay with us if we're ASE or NATEF certified as a program and the instructor. ASE does have heavy duty, heavy equipment, bus and transportation certifications as well, but we're trying to focus with what's going to be the entry level and what's going to work. We can adapt on the fly as we need to meet industry, and working with our advisory committee for what's going to work. But we wanted to get the option to open the door, hit the ground running, and then develop this as we roll.
Hey, Lori, this is Shelby again. You mentioned that you have a professor in mind, or that there's just...
No, there's a vacant position that would be reallocated. We do not have a professor in mind because we haven't gotten approval to move forward and post a position.
Well, my only concern is I'm just frustrated that I'm not involved and I don't know anything about this till, the last few days. And we did this same speech with Wildcat a year ago on construction. I think it was in March also. And we had two people apply for the position. Only two people apply, one of which he's just a trim carpenter. I spoke with him on a job, but it was kind of crazy. And he didn't want to present a PowerPoint to get a teaching job, but so we really had one teacher applicant, which seems like there'll be more demand and more of a pool to pick from of people fighting to start this job. Do these guys know diesel mechanics that are going to come teach the class, or is it just, I guess it would be an adjunct teacher for the 5-hour courses, but I'm just super frustrated that I don't have more information sooner.
Well, Shelby, I understand that frustration, and I'm sorry for that, but these packets take a tremendous amount of months and time to put together. Curriculum has to be researched and put together. We have to have for KBOR several advisory committee meetings, and at those advisory committee meetings, we talk about the curriculum. We talk about support for the program. We talk about job openings and what those employers need. And so the KBOR packet itself requires a window of time that we're out doing a lot of research, looking at the Department of Labor information as well as local things. The process has been, once we've looked at all that information, to bring that forward to the board in this packet.
Right, but a week's notice is not enough for me as a trustee. And I mean, there's 72 openings within 100 mile, but Washburn has 36 kids rolling right now.
But that doesn't necessarily mean they're all going to come to the Wichita.
No, I understand that. It's just.
Yes, we can go back to being the best.
Yeah.
I
just personally can't pull the trigger on something I've only known about for a couple of days after doing the same thing a year ago with the construction degree, and I haven't really been kept in the loop with that or know what's going on as well. And
Mr. Chairman, I have some questions.
Go ahead, Julie.
Well,
I love the idea of diesel. Same with construction. I mean, this is what we need, but I got to have more information and more time to look into stuff like this.
What information do you want, Shelby?
It's not in the packet.
They have done extensive research on this.
I want it
that's
sooner
their
so I
job
can talk
to do
with
that.
people in industry.
You what?
Said I want this information sooner so I can talk with people that are diesel mechanics that have shops and talk with real folk like, hey, this is what we need.
Well, you have industry folks on the line.
Well, I know I have those industry folks, but like last month when the two Freddy's guys showed up and just said, hey, it's going to be bigger, better with no information. She shows me data on page 38. And this says, while these employment numbers seem low, they do not align with what companies are telling us. So ignore the data, take my anecdotal talking to these guys and accept that as fact instead of data. But my anecdotal data of talking with the two guys are like, hey, we don't need a 2-year degree to have diesel people. It's the same with construction. I don't need somebody to have a construction degree. I need somebody willing to work and show up.
There is a 1-year certificate pathway here.
And I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
No, I totally like the idea. I guess I'm just frustrated that.
If you're finished, I just have a couple of questions here, if you don't mind, for whoever is going to manage this program directly or indirectly. My first question is it absolutely necessary that we offer an AAS degree? I mean,
there's a certificate option, Julie, that's
I see that below.
The
What
AAS degree is on top of that. So
I see that.
We're offering both of them. We want to
So
offer both of them.
do we need to offer both? Because both requires more teaching, more money, more this, more that.
It's teaching
if we can
classes
just
that we already have
They're
teachers
classes
for.
that we already have.
They're
They're
elective.
gen ed classes.
I get that, but I'm kind of in a rock and a hard place here because I too require a little bit more than a few weeks to digest something. And even though you're all quite comfortable, or seemingly most of you are here, I'm not comfortable voting for this yet.
Lori, I had
I'm
a
just
question
not.
for you. I think we went this path last time and it was like, we have to approve it to get okay to then talk about it. But when we approved it, there was no ever okay. And after that, is there
We
Is there a
We did
pathway?
bring it back to
Technology
the,
back.
we brought
We brought it
construction
back in
technology
September.
back and voted on it.
I
Well,
would
are we able
honestly,
to do that then? Approve the preliminary and then we have to have a final approval to approve the program after KBOR says okay?
We
Is
did that with construction.
Is that an option with this? Is that how this will happen?
Well, the construction thing was, we had not done that before. So I guess that's a board decision. If you want 2 approvals to launch every program, I guess that's a board decision. I don't know that I can say, yes, that we have to do it that way. We put a lot of time and energy into this, and we do a lot of research. This isn't just put together in an afternoon, and we've talked
Hey,
a lot of
Lori,
industry.
I appreciate you doing this so much. Your job is terribly difficult and stressful, and everything you went through this year has been horrible, and I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. And I just, for me as a board member, I want to be more involved and have more input and not just be a rubber stamp when it comes down the road. That's where I'm coming from, and that's where my frustration stems from. I think this is a great idea for our kids. It's just, I have a hard time spending the taxpayer money without me personally being able to know more.
So Shelby,
But it's not our role to get involved in the
understand.
weeds of that.
Well,
That's-
see,
would-
you and I
you
both
want- but
disagree
you
on
wanna-
that.
Go ahead, Mary Martha.
so Shelby, you'd like to have it presented 1 month. Then you can think about it, ask questions the second month, and hopefully approve it.
Sure, more than just 5 days
I
over
have
the
to
weekend.
agree with you that
That's-
that would help on the
I
information.
mean, even another
seeking
option I
part.
had, this isn't due for a few more days yet, I thought I read.
It's due,
If we have a week, can we Zoom and vote on this after I don't know, it's just,
when is this due, Lori?
but if we have a majority of the votes, it doesn't even matter. Let's just, vote. And
Well, the timeline that you run into, and Lori can validate this, if it gets submitted to the state at this point in time, it'll go to the PEA Program and Curriculum Committee in April now. And then it'll get passed on to the TEA as a whole. And that'll probably happen in May. And then it would go to the Board of Regents probably in June. Regents don't meet during the summer at all. And so I think part of the timeline here is to try to get it to the state level, because it ends up being a multi-month process to get the approvals that you need. And so, if we want to launch it, that's the time frame that I think we have to work within. Am I correct, Lori, in those timelines?
KBOR has all those deadlines posted on their website. And
Okay, I have some questions here, Chairman.
Go ahead.
I'd like,
One of the questions that I had was, this certificate program, is this similar to Educare? Because Educare just went away like overnight. So I was just wondering, is this the kind of non-academic
we
program?
still offer our early childhood program and the certificate that students who want to be in early childhood. Educare was a daycare facility where students could get hands-on experience with children. Educare that service is no longer offered, but we still have an early childhood program and certificate. Students just don't do any of their internship type experiences or practicum experiences on campus. They go out to other daycare facilities.
Okay, and then another question I had was,
in early childhood.
while you were rolling up all this information, and I agree with Shelby, it's a very time-consuming job, and I think you did a good job for what I see here. One of the questions that I had was, in formulating these plans, did you check with these people out here and said, hey, if I'm going to sell this program to the board, I need you to commit to 2 internships for every certificate? I'm just asking you if you've gone around and really gotten some sponsorships here.
We have, and those are spoken to in the letters of support. Freightliner, if you read that letter, talks about.
I see the letters in there, but is that a commitment to internship?
They're on the phone call right now. You can ask them directly, ma'am.
Okay, that'd be great. Anybody who wants to speak up to that, that'd be great.
Ma'am, this is Dave Black. Nothing was discussed as far as amount of internships. I did put in my letter of support that yes, we are welcome to have internships here. We will also offer scholarships to help out. So we are committing to this program, because there is a high need, and it seems like nobody in this local area will support the program and, get it all to come together. That's one of the issues. Like I said, I've been out here in the surrounding area all around. And as soon as I heard about this program, it's like, yes, I'm on board. I have already been up to Omaha where our corporate office is. We will sponsor, we will send training aids. I've already set up for a laptop with diagnostic equipment on it. So yes, we are fully committed to this.
I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we accept the diesel technology certification program as it is being presented to us this evening.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the program as presented. We've had a lot of discussion. Is there any other thoughts or comments before we?
I would really like to have seen this sooner. That's my first point. And my second point is I would probably go ahead and vote yes tonight if this was only a certificate program for now. I just don't know that it needs to be any further than a certificate pathway right now. We have a lot of certificate programs already. I just have some doubts, and I'm with Shelby. I just can't get this at the last minute revert.
Can I, Lori,
Can I,
Go ahead.
in auto tech, 56% of our students take the certificate option. The other 44% choose to come back and complete their associate's degree. And those gen ed courses generally have seats available. We're not expending additional resources to put 8 students into an English comp class or a technical math class or any of the other gen eds in there. There are seats available. So when we submit a package to KBOR, so that we don't have to go and submit 2 separate packages, it makes sense to ask for approval from KBOR for both the certificate and the associate's degree. That's typically why we put them both in the catalog and we provide both of those options to students, and we jump through the hoops one time.
Thank you, Lori. Forrest, did you have a question or did that
No,
answer?
that answered it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would just, my final 2 cents, I'm sorry for stirring the pot, but if we had a little bit of this information prior and we could have a couple of discussions throughout the year along these lines, I wouldn't have weird questions right at the end and be frustrated. So I would ask in the next month or 2, whatever programs are cooking in the works, that we could just talk about them at a meeting. If it's an executive session, I don't care, just to kind of know what's going on. And that way I can feel more prepared.
Can I speak?
Yes.
This is Tyler with Wildcat Construction. I'm going to invite Connor to add to this. So it is clear that there are experts in this field on this call that are committed and fully invested in this program. And I have no doubt that if it's approved fully, one of the biggest names, Sherwood, one of the biggest that has lots of equipment to work on would be behind this. So I want Connor to add what our requirement is as an employee for a new hire for this position, these kinds of positions. So let him take over.
I was just trying to say in terms of these, whether it's a certificate program or a degree, our application for a diesel technician or a diesel technician in training has a, did you complete a 2-year diesel program as a requirement in the job description. And then as a follow-up question, I guess the way our application works is it asks you specific questions relating to the job. So did you complete the 2-year degree program? If so, where from? Is a very, it's one of the main ways we filter out applicants. Now, going back to the, some people in the industry saying we could take anybody and turn them into a diesel technician. I think that's possibly true, but it relates more back to, I think that's more speaking to the desperation in the industry right now is our company can't survive without them. So if that's what it takes, we can do that strictly out of necessity. We absolutely would love to see, I mean, if we had applicants, if we had applicants with 2-year degrees versus without them, that would absolutely be a filter. We would filter out the people without the degree. The only issue is you don't see very many applicants with a 2-year degree pertaining to diesel technology.
Mr. Chairman, could we call the question, please?
Yep. We'll go ahead and call the roll.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
Trustee Law,
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow.
I have a question on that. Are we voting on his call the question, or are we voting on this program?
We're voting on the program.
Well, whenever you have a call the question, aren't you supposed to vote on it?
No.
No, it's ends debate.
Okay, then I would list my vote as an abstention based on the fact that, one, I did not know about this program until a couple of weeks ago and don't feel like I had enough time to prepare to vote. And two, if we are going to do a diesel program, I certainly would totally support a certificate pathway only.
Trustee Howell,
Yes.
Trustee Smith,
No.
passes 5-2.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Lori and Mark and industry
Thank you
reps.
to
We appreciate your
everybody.
time.
Appreciate your
Yeah.
time.
And Naomi, thank you.
We'll move on to the student center provider changes. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jessica's going to walk through this information for you. Putting in front of you a proposal to change our student account center provider. Years ago, when we stepped into this, TouchNet was probably the only provider in the market. And now with technology upgrades and some time, there are other providers out there that can support us the way that we need and actually increase the services to our students and to the college. And so Jessica's information is she's gonna walk through this information for you and tell you the different options. And long story short, we're gonna save money by going with a new provider. So I'm gonna let Jessica explain the details.
Thanks, Dr. Kroll. So our contract with TouchNet and ECSI was scheduled to be up for in September of this year. And so we determined that this would be a good opportunity to take forward an RFP. So we did that, and we had, let's see, 6 different proposals submitted. And what we had determined was that our preference would be to go with CashNet because of the cost savings. So as we looked at the RFP, just keep in mind, we're looking for something to replace our online payment gateway, our payment plan client, our electronic statements, and also the electronic refunds and e-commerce, as well as 1098T services. It'll also add new services for cashiering and departmental deposits. We had 3 different options as we reviewed RFPs. That is a full solution replacement, which is what we went with, what our recommendation is for TouchNet. A partial replacement, where we would utilize some pieces of self-service banner in addition to another product, or discontinuing using a solution at all and just utilize self-service banner. However, we would be doing so at a big loss to our student experience and also the administrative needs for our accounts receivable and finance staff. So we received responses from TouchNet, CashNet, Nelnet, Flywire, and Commerce Bank. CashNet was selected because it met all of our needs as well as saved money. The 5-year subscription is paid on an annual basis. And over that 5-year period, we will save $96,000 a year going with TouchNet going with CashNet as opposed to staying with TouchNet. There is a buyout for the last 2 years of the e-commerce portion of the contract. That is $43,000 a year for that particular buyout. However, even if we do that, we're still saving $53,000 a year. So it is our recommendation that the board support our identification of the proposal for CashNet so that we can implement and have that ready to go for July of 2021.
I would move
Any
that we,
questions?
I
Yes.
would move that we pass or support that decision. We can discuss it,
You can
Mary.
ask a question in just a
It's
second.
been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Mary Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jessica,
Yes.
have you talked with anyone that uses CashNet, or are there other community colleges in the state that use it?
There are several that do. Unfortunately, I don't have that information with me right now. But CashNet and TouchNet are two of the most frequently used services for this in higher education.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If
Good
not,
question, Mary.
Laura? Call the roll.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
Trustee Law,
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
Trustee Howell,
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes, and we'll move on to the approval of the mutual gains notice up letter.
Yeah, Shelley's going to present a little bit of information, but this is on page 117. The administrative team and the faculty team have gotten together. We each brought our issues to the table and combined them into a single notice up letter. And so Shelley, do you want to come on and talk with them about it?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. So each spring, can you hear me?
I don't think we have.
We don't have any.
Do you have, Shelley, you're going to share your screen?
I don't.
I did not intend
Okay.
to, but I can try and get it up on screen.
Posted a copy to SharePoint. I'll grab a copy for you.
Hold on, I can get to it real quick. So each spring, we start the negotiation process for the next academic year's contract between the professional employee association and the board of trustees. And so we started meeting just about the first part of February. And we've had just a couple of meetings since then. And of course, the training that some of you attended was attended by our teams as well. Let me see. I'm almost there.
Did all the trustees get to attend the negotiation training?
I did. Yes.
I asked
I've been
for,
to it before.
I asked for a Zoom link and never got one. Afterwards, they don't record it? Oh, well, there you go.
Okay, so let me see if I can share.
My email fills up so fast. I don't recall seeing that. It's possible you did reply, but.
Okay, can you see this document? Kind of?
Can you blow it up a little bit, please, Shelley?
I'll see if I can.
I got it, Shelley, on my end.
Okay. Okay, so this document is customary. This is something we do every year for the Board of Trustees, but it also guides our discussions throughout the negotiating term. So this is basically identifying the interest of both the administration and the Professional Employees Association of what we want to look at opening in the contract for that period. Okay, so the contract starts August 1 and runs through that fiscal year. So this is for the 21-22 year school year is this contract that we're working on now. So we present to you by statute, we're required to present our notice up what are we going to be looking at to the Board of Trustees by the end of March. And so that's why we're presenting this today. We did some finalization on it just as early as Monday and of last week. And so that's why you've gotten it today. So this basically, there are certain things that are mandatory that you negotiate each contract year, like compensation. And then you can also look at other language items that might be of interest to modify or add additional information to, or at times it may be even brand new language to the master agreement. So that's what these interests are about. So it's very brief description of what the interest is. We kind of look at these one at a time, and then we put our interest up, what our interest is in negotiating on this particular article or topic. And then we fully brainstorm on options for that. So the team, both sides, engage in that brainstorming activity to come up with solutions to the issue. And then we find one that we can mutually agree on satisfactorily and come to a consensus on. So none of these have been decided. None of these have been even talked about yet. So we're still just saying, this is what the interests are, and this is what we're going to be working on during this contract negotiation period. So each one shows the article and so forth. So what we're asking of the board this evening, I'm sorry?
I was just saying, Shelley, it's pretty much a formality to accept this initial letter,
Yes.
combined letter, so.
Yeah, and so that's what we're asking the board to do tonight. We're not asking you to approve of what we're talking about. We're just saying this is our notice up, where the topics we're going to be talking about, and we'd like to have your acceptance of the notice up letter.
I so move we accept this first letter from the bargaining team.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any questions or discussion in relation to this?
Yes. Could you tell me why this was not part of the board packet?
Shelley indicated that we just finalized it. It was just finalized when we met on Monday, and we reviewed it and made sure that it was accurate. And so I think Shelley, was that Tuesday or Wednesday by the time we had reviewed it and made sure it was accurate?
So it was last Monday. It was last Monday we had our meeting where we were finalizing this, and the employees wanted to make sure that they reviewed it one last time, which they did, and they turned it over to us on Thursday. And at that point, the board book has already been produced. And so that's why it was attached this evening.
But you obviously knew it was coming because it was part of the agenda.
And I
Right.
informed you that
And
it
it-
was, that it would be
And
coming.
the cover information's there.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Laura?
Trustee Good,
Yes.
Trustee Law,
Yeah. Yes.
Trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
Trustee Howell,
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Moving on to the motion passes. Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Sure.
We'll move
So
on to
I
the
move
consent
we
agenda.
can approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Laura, if you want to go ahead and call the roll.
Trustee Good,
Yes.
Trustee Law,
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
Trustee Winslow,
Yes.
Trustee Howell,
Yes.
Trustee Smith.
Yes.
Okay, and moving on to supplemental information, and I think Mohammed has
Yep.
a little bit of extra
Yep, ESOM.
education here for us.
We want ESOM to spend just a little bit of time going through the performance indicators. The format of these is going to change over the next couple of months. But I asked ESOM to over the next period of time. So ESOM, are you on?
I am. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, this starts on page 167. So
First of all, let me address myself to Shelby. Shelby, you have been, I know you have asked this a few months ago, and because of several other things in our agenda, we were not able to address it there. for what it's worth, I do apologize, and you have been very professional and kind about it. So thank you about that. What you see on the KPI list, there is one update today, and we'll start with that, take questions, and I'll go through the other ones. But overarchingly, there's something I wanted to point out, which sometimes creates some frustration. These are annual performance indicators, which means in a given academic year, each of them is updated once. So think about it, we have 5 or 6 of them in a 12-month period. You are probably going to see one update on an average every couple of months. So there'll be times that you will see 2 or 3 in one meeting and then nothing for the next 2 or 3. So that's kind of goes with the territory. These are annual updates. All of these things, the performance indicators, these are things which instead of just picking something out of the blue, these are indicators which we have agreed to because they're summative indicators. They come from our data, but that data has to be affirmed and certified at several levels by the Kansas Board of Regents, in some cases by the United States Department of Education, and in both cases under a penalty of perjury. So it's pretty important stuff. That's why it goes through several cycles of certification before we come back and say, well, here it is. This month, what you have is, I think, Shelby, you had mentioned this before. I think I remembered this, an update to the transfer GPA and hours. What you see in that is it's a measurement of Butler students who, after they leave Butler, they immediately go to one of the other Kansas public institutions, a 4-year institution. So all those 6 or 7 institutions. What the Kansas Board of Regents does now, it'll take a look at each fall, aggregate the numbers, and tell us that for all our students who went to those 6 public universities, the aggregate GPA was this, and this is the number of hours they were able to transfer. So what you have today, the update is from the fall of 2019, which is the most recent one certified and authenticated by the Kansas Board of Regents. And for a comparison, we also provide you with the immediate past cycle, which is fall 2018. So what you see is we are pretty competitive. We are doing a little better than our peer community colleges. And I want to put in a word about why the transfer hours matter, because a few years ago, we didn't have that information. This is important because even today, a lot of our students, when they go out, they're transferring into a Kansas public institution, a public 4-year, the Wichita State, the Emporia State, the KU, and so on. And the number of hours, the more the number of hours they can carry and are accepted, well, that tells us 2 things. 1, they're saving some money, obviously, the students are. 2, that our programs are good enough that we are transferring more and more hours every year. And this is where there's a part the trustees play, which sometimes I think we overlook. In your consent agendas, often you have articulation agreements that Lori brings in. That's the foundation of it. When we update those articulation agreements, when we make those stronger, and when you support those, a larger number of credit hours are able to be transferred by our students. So that's something I think we can be proud of. So what you see right now is for the class of fall 2019, Butler students who went into the 6, actually there's 7 4-year institutions under the Kansas Board of Regents. They went in with an average hour of 3.24 GPA, and they transferred in about a little over 50 hours. So that should give us some comfort that we are doing a pretty good job. The other thing I want to mention, and this is a little tricky for all of these things, even though they're authenticated by the Kansas Board of Regents, they release the information to us. They also let us know that there can be dynamic changes. What that means is they can go back to a certain year in the past and say, we have more information, or a correction was made by the registrar of such and such university, so we are going to change this a little bit. Doesn't make a whole lot of a difference, but occasionally in the second place of a decimal, you might see that. So that's what this transfer is, or this update is today. We will have a couple of more updates next month. The CT placement rates, I'm hoping that the Kansas Board of Regents signs off on our final numbers. I'll be bringing that to you. And lastly, but not leastly, our retention numbers. We should have them, if not next month, but certainly by the May meeting. And as Dr. Krull pointed out, I fully realize that this format is sometimes not as pleasing to the eye and sometimes not even that clear when you look at it. So we are going to change that a little bit, make it more standardized, give a three cycle trend information so you can take a look and have a clear mark that this is what it means. These are where the numbers come from, and this is where we are going, or when we expect the next update to be. I think I've blabbered on enough for that part. What questions do you have for that particular update? And then I can explain the other ones too.
Looks like you did a great job, Assam. Anybody have any questions?
No, it's just nice to have it explained, because I see a goal and then I see an outcome that doesn't meet the goal. It's like, well, I need that explained to me to know exactly.
Sure.
Like, I understand if people are going and getting a job without being retained, that's fine. Like we were talking about earlier in the diesel program.
Sure.
And that's a good thing for the student and for us, I guess. But
You want to go through and explain some of those other ones, Esam, too?
yeah, that would be
A little
nice.
bit?
Sure. Would that be okay, Shelby, if I go through the other
That
ones?
would be amazing. Yep.
All right. Thank you. Let me start at the top, the completion rates, the completion where we kind of combine the graduation rates and the transfer rates. This was one which we had updated the last time. What the Federal Department of Education and their center for these numbers is called IPEDS. That's why you often hear me use that term. What it tells us is that you track a certain kind of student, those who are coming in, generally first time coming in, who tell us that they are, at least that their intent is to seek a degree or transfer out. So these are first time, full-time degree seeking students, or at least they tell us they're degree seeking. And then we measure them over a 3-year period. And that's what 150% rate means. And as you can see right now, our graduation rate is 28%. That means that if there were 100 students which came in fall of year 1, who told us that, we want to get a degree either here or somewhere else. Of those, we found out that 28 of them, they ended up graduating with a diploma, with a degree, or a certificate. And 26% of them ended up transferring that we authenticated from transferring to another institution. So those two things together give us a sense of our completion, because for these students, their goal is they're going to get a degree. Either they get it here or they transfer out somewhere else. That's their intent. So we captured them in about a 3-year period. So what you see is right now, that's what we have. 28 of them ended up getting an associate or certificate. 26 of them ended up, as we know, transferring out. And that's sometimes why it takes a little while, because we have to authenticate those transfer numbers from somewhere. And then several sets of approvals have to go through as well. The next one is the most raw number of completions, which is our number. That in the academic year 2020, we awarded 1,446 certificates or associate degrees of any kind during that academic year. Again, this is something that we put together, we review it, we send it to KBOR, who checks it again against several other databases and says, yep, Isam, you're right, you guys did 1,446 degrees. And that gives us a kind of an indication that, well, okay, we are producing those degrees, those certificates, the AS, the AGS, and so on. So that's a measure of that. And Shelby, you are right that the award of degrees, that our goal was to go to that one, the 1557. We were close, but I mean, multiple things have happened which kind of has slowed it down. We are hoping we can get there soon enough. The next one is retention. Again, the federal government puts a very specific definition of it, that those students who come in a given fall, who are full-time, who are first-time students. So generally, not always, we're talking about, the 17 to 19-year-olds. If they start in a given fall, and we check our databases the next fall, so 1 year from there. How many of them are still there? And we remove the ones who have already completed a certificate, or in some cases even an associate degree. We remove those out. So when you take that out, how many of them are left? And generally you will see, and I think I have a rough idea this when I bring you the update next month, we'll likely see it's still at about 60%. That hasn't moved a whole lot. And that's where we are very much in line with with the rest of the community colleges in the country and the state. I mean, generally you're looking at some between 58 and 62 kind of being the ranges in the last few years.
And Isam, is that 71% goal? Is that just something we're striving for? Nothing that's mandated. It's just what we're trying to hit.
That is what we are striving for. It is also guided. I wouldn't say it is mandated, but it was also guided by the state's Foresight 2020 plan, which they adopted, I think, 6 or 7 years ago. That's kind of what they mandated for all community colleges. So we wanted to kind of reach that. Lastly, you see CTE placement rates, and this is a survey which we do under mandate from the Kansas Board of Regents. What this does, it's a self-reported but standardized survey where we check on our alumni, those in the technical programs, as soon as they're in the year following that they have gotten their diplomas or their certificates, and we ask them, well, what are you doing? We send them a survey. Are you employed somewhere? Are you finishing up school? Are you in another college? Those kind of things we ask them. And what you see in the number, it's the most recent one being 76.3. That's how many of them who self-reported tell us that, well, either they're in a job, they're in an internship, or they're furthering their training, something along the lines that they are either in the workforce or getting ready to get to the next level of the workforce. And again, we are pretty close to that standard that we want to get to at 79%. Again, that's something, it wasn't mandated, nor was it something we just picked up from thin air. It's kind of somewhere in between, that in the Foresight 2020 plan of the state, there was some guidance that, well, let's push these things forward. And that's something the surveys have gone out. We are analyzing and authenticating them as we speak. I'm hopeful that in the next meeting, or at the very least, at the very latest, the one after that, I should be able to bring you the numbers for the academic 2020 completers, or the 2020 CTE completers. Finally, at the very bottom, what you see is K-Board performance agreement. That is the performance agreement a 3-year performance agreement we get with the state. And it's a 3-year deal, and their goals are listed, and what we did is listed as well. The tricky thing there is that this was a 3-year agreement. The last year was academic 19, and you can see the numbers there. Right now, we are in a holding pattern, a bridge pattern. We haven't gotten full set of instructions how K-Board wants to progress with it, or where they want to go, or if they want some updates or not. If they have updates, we'll bring it to you. This is, of course, one of those things that the board has a very critical part in it, because as you remember, when we have finalized it and we are ready to put this in front of the Kansas Board of Regents, right before that, you guys get to see it and you sign off on it, that this is what we are presenting to them. So if this changes, and I think Dr. Krull and Lori and I have been in contact with the Board of Regents, if this changes, some of the goals change, we'll let you know. But as of now, we have finished year 3. We don't know what goes forward from here. And again, I'm afraid I've blabbered quite a bit, but let me stop and ask you, what questions do you have?
I don't have any on that. Thank you.
This is Lance. I've got one question on the part you just finished up on, where it says the 302 degrees and certificates, and we're showing 296. Like with the diesel program, by offering that as a certificate and a degree program, does that increase that to 304? Does it increase or from 296 to 298, or does it take it from 296 to 297? Thank you.
That's a good question, Mr. Chairman. What will happen is once we start producing those certificates and the degrees in the diesel program, you'll probably see them go up by a few. I would suspect, given the numbers I heard today, I would suspect you'll probably hit about just that much in the early 300s after the first batch of graduates are out.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
do you know how long it might be before we wrap things up? Apparently I have a fire truck at my neighbor's
Oh, that's
house.
important.
At your house?
No, my neighbor's house, which could mean a lot of things. So
Well, I think
I'm so
better go.
sorry, but if I could get some leeway here, I'd really appreciate it.
no, we don't have anything left to vote on this evening. We've got the budget conversation. If you're able to zoom in on that, would probably be helpful if you find that it's not an emergency when you get home. But
If he's got the link,
Matt?
I could take a look at it in the morning.
Oh,
later
the
on
video.
tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Laura can email it to you
I'll
too.
do that. And I
Okay.
don't know what's.
So I hope everything's
hope
okay.
everything's okay.
I have insurance. That's good.
So,
But is it right
But you have
next
a
door
dog
to
also.
you?
sorry, Hassan, we got.
Sorry.
It could be.
I understand.
Question. So I don't think anybody have any other questions for Assam?
No.
Thank you, Isam.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Appreciate it.
Okay. There are KPIs that go along with the strategic plan, as we have each month. Moving on to the Board of Trustees calendar of activities, you'll see in there lots of sporting events. The Jayhawk Conference presidents voted last Monday to continue to keep the fan attendance at 25% for the rest of the season. We may revisit that a little bit later on, but right now that's still the same with outdoor, but there's a lot more seating at the stadium. So 25% at the stadium is a whole lot different than in the gym. But anyway, lots of
Watch it in
events
the parking
going on.
lot, too.
Yeah, you can watch the Jumbotron pretty easily. So anyway, May board meeting coming up. Again, the chamber copies the legislative copies that are on the calendar that Laura can email those dates to you. Those are the things that are, kind of in front of us right now. So
Drive safely, Julie.
Thank you.
yeah, I hope everything's okay.
I
Let us
have
know.
insurance.
Let us
Dog's
know
there.
if you need something. Oh, I know. Let us know if you need something.
So the next
Your place to catch
item
my
on the agenda mentioned is that
Yeah.
we need to go into executive session for just a few moments.
We had that written down somewhere. Where is it? There it is.
Get a motion to do that.
Mr. Chair, I move that the board recess into executive session to discuss acquisition of real estate to include the board, Dr. Kroll, Lori Winningham, with action to follow as appropriate.
For how many minutes?
15 minutes, please.
Is there a
May not
second?
take 15
Second.
minutes.
It's been moved and seconded to move into executive session. Laura, do you want to call the roll?
Trustee Good,
Yes.
trustee Law,
Yes.
trustee Rhodes,
Yes.
trustee Lechtenberg,
Yes.
trustee Howell,
Yes.
trustee Smith,
Yes.
live, Matt. All right. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
So second.
Moved and second to adjourn. Laura, would you call the roll?
Trustee Good?
Yes.
Trustee Law?
Yes.
Trustee Rhodes?
Yes.
Trustee Lechtenberg?
Yes,
Trustee Howell?
Yes.
Trustee Smith?
Yes.
we're adjourned.
Thanks. Oh, you got the
Quick.
gavel out.
Yeah, see that?
Now we do budget.
Quick. Break.
Yeah.
Some things we don't talk about a whole lot, but it's come up a lot in like our finance committee and MGB about our cash balances. And I think it's important that we look at some of this in the supplemental information. These are some of our other funds and accounts. And I'd like to start with the Campus Life Bookstore funds. So this is a system with 4 separate funds. We have the bookstore, food service, residence hall, and the student union. And the student union is funded by a fee. The expenses out of there are for the maintenance of the building and the utilities, that type of thing. And you notice that it's has a revenue under expenditures estimated for this year at $173,000. So in the tuition and fee proposal that you approved tonight, there was a $1 per credit hour fee going to the student union. That'll help get that out of the red quite so much. The food service and residence hall, we try to get those to break even. So you accepted the rates tonight, and they were based on keeping this pretty much break even for these 2 funds together. The bookstore, you can see we're estimating about $89,000, almost $90,000. The bookstore used to bring us in $400,000 or $500,000 a year. We've made significant changes in the price structure and the implemented some programs for our students to pay much lower fees for their books. So the bookstore is sort of transitioning from a profit center strictly to a student service. So I think it's, you can see that we still have pretty good balance. We're estimating to be almost $4 million. We have used bookstore balance in the past to renovate both the El Dorado and the Andover bookstore and contribute some of that $1 million towards the 5,000 building. So I'm just going to move ahead. I know, if you have questions or comments, just hop in and stop me. Next, I'd like to talk about some of our what we call designated funds. The designated funds are actually part of our general fund. So the term designated means that it's a designated portion of our general fund. And we don't include those in the operating budget, the main budget that we're going to look at that we call the operating budget. So starting on page 11 of your book, this is the program development fund. This is for academic program development. And if you look at this, we haven't made any change since between November and March. So this is the estimate for the current year. We do get a transfer from the operating fund of $100,000. No, excuse me. We normally get transfers from the operating fund. This year, because we felt a lot of pressure on the budget when it was developed last August, we're actually transferring some funds back from the program development fund to the general fund, this $100,000. We still think they'll end up at the end of the year with about 250,000 unless Lori and her team come up with some need that would go, that we would use money from this fund for. The next designated fund is the facilities fund. We transfer money over here almost every year. Again, in the sources of fund, you can see the big source is a transfer of almost 300,000. So we transfer money over here each year to help with our deferred maintenance needs. So we have about 800,000 in our total sources, and that includes the cash carryover, beginning unencumbered cash of about 450,000. And so I won't go through this, but if you want to take some time, this is sort of our expenditure plan. There are a lot of maintenance items here. And again, we transferred some money back to the general fund because of pressure on the budget last August. The next designated fund is the technology fund. And this is a fund that we use to help with IT. Bill Young's not on the call right now. He had something else to do. But what we allow is when there's unspent budget from the IT area, we allow them at the end of the year to transfer it into this fund that they can carry over. They have a lot of large needs, equipment needs, and ongoing contract needs. So that's what this fund is for. You can see some of the planned expenditures here. And right now, we expect to carry over about $700,000 in this designated fund at the end of the year. One more, which is a large designated fund at times. Right now it's not, and that's the capital project fund. And the real capital project fund is this portion right here. And our fund balance right now is $1,000,003. We're going to see if we have any more needs in the any more expenditures in the 5,000 building. And some of this money will go towards the IT project in the 100 and 200 building. So I don't have all the details on that. I think Kim Sherwood's going to tie this all out here in a month or two when we get it finished up. This portion up here was from the bond proceeds. We had about $8 million. So altogether, we had about $15 million between these two sources for the 5,000 building. And here's the expenditures to date on the 5,000 building, almost at 15 million. One other area in the designated funds, it's back up here. Let's see. Yeah, on pages 1 and 2, this is all in the supplemental section, by the way. I should have said that if you were trying to follow along. It's a section behind that green sheet in the book. And we have a lot of, different accounts that have been set up over the year where we allow the balance in this fund to be carried over at the end of the year. The revenues come from a specific source. Sometimes it's a fee we charge. You can see a lot of fee funds in there. Again, a lot of fees. And the expenditures are for a specific, relate specifically to those revenues. So we account for those. We do allow them to carry over a balance. You can see the Secretarial Center has a fairly large balance. I won't go into any more detail on that. I know we are pressed for time tonight, but I did want to show you that this is all general fund money, but it's designated. So when we look at the operating funds, we don't, these funds are not included. So just to kind of tie that back, I'll go up to the actual operating budget, which is what we generally talk about in the work sessions. And I'd start off with the notes here. There's just a little summary of the credit hours. You can look at that. You know, we've talked about using 142,000 estimate for this year. Right now, this budget is based on 142,000 hours. So again, maybe a little background on what we see. The purpose of this budget update is to give you a snapshot of changes that have been made during the year. You know, in August, we have a lot of assumptions. Some of those things become more clear during the year. With the March update, where we are right now, we're really setting the stage for decision making at the administrative level and at the board level between now and July, when we have to finalize the budget and the mill levy. So in the local taxes, I sent you out a correction to this sheet. Shelby had the keen eyes to notice I had a typo here showing the 21 and 22 mill rate at the same level it was at 20. These rates are both 16. The actual rate for 21 and what we're estimating for 22, are making an assumption right now for 22 that we will maintain that rate there. We don't talk about the capital outlay mill levy in this, when we talk about the operating funds, so it was separate. But in 21, the budget you just passed was the last year for the capital outlay levy. It's going to sunset and it won't return unless somebody wants to make a motion to try and reinstate that. I asked Shelby if he'd like to do it, and he declined to do that.
I laughed really hard first. I didn't know you were so funny.
I'm not really.
What?
No.
So on compensation, last year we didn't give any raise. The health insurance increase was somewhere around 6%. What we've put in, and we call this a placeholder at this time, and Terry Sater wanted us to make sure that we told you it was a placeholder because they may not feel that 2.5% is adequate. We usually tell the board it's a placeholder just in case you think 2.5% is too much. We know that this is something that has to be negotiated, but we felt that it's prudent in the past, whenever we feel the budget, that we have a possibility to give a raise, of putting in a placeholder there so you can see what it looks like with an amount in there. We know that there are different ideas about what that should be in the end. The health insurance, we could go into this more and Shelley could give you some explanation, but right now, I think it's probably suffice to say, we think it would be about 12% if we, and that would be based on what Blue Cross Blue Shield is telling us right now, and the college picking up about 80% of that, and the employees picking up the other 20%. We're also probably going to be talking to you about a possibility of doing a self-funded insurance. We would have to take some of our unencumbered cash and set that aside as a designated fund for that. So again, I'm assuming you don't want to take time to go in that in a lot of detail right now, but did want to tell you that was something on the horizon. Then in the notes, I put in this, I always try to put in here what the operating funds are. It's the general fund and the PTE fund, what we used to call a vocational fund, but we don't include all these designations. And I hope that that explanation of why we do it this way is satisfactory. And if you ever want to spend more time on that, if you want to do it now or later, be happy to spend more time on that. My sense is that you probably want to move on so we can look at the numbers and not stay too much longer. So I'll just run through real quick and highlight. This is on page 3. This is our revenue summary for the current year. Back in August, we had estimated about a 10% decrease, I think, in tuition and fees. We upped that somewhat in the November estimate. When we got through the first semester and got our numbers from the, 20th day of the spring, we raised our estimate again up from like about 139,000 to 142. That helped increase our revenue on the student sources. The other thing is our online courses this year really took off. I think most people attribute that to obviously the pandemic, but that helped us out. That will go away when we instituted the new technology access charge. As we went through earlier in the meeting, the online course fee will go away for next year. And you'll see that when we look at the 22 revenue budget estimate. State sources, we were estimating a 10% decrease. For the current year, we're going to get funded at 100% of what we were told back in July by the KBOR. So we're adding that back to our revenue estimate to get us up to the amount we started with way back in July. On the local taxes, you know, we've raised this back up somewhat in August, and we carried that forward to the November estimate. We thought we were only going to collect about, normally we collect about 93% of the taxes that you levy in for the year. We thought that would go down by 7 or 8%. It actually only went down by about 3 or 4%. So we're able to add back some of that revenue for the current year estimate, almost $500,000. So those are big changes for the current year. We're actually adding back $2.5 million to the current year revenue estimate. So the next page, what we're doing here is comparing the current year estimate. These are the numbers that I just went through right here in this column that says March 9 under 21. And then we're estimating and making assumptions for next year's budget. And that's what you see here in the 22 column. I won't go through the tuition and fees. We've talked a lot about that. But overall, we're estimating about $300,000 more. The numbers that are in here for the tuition and fees are based on the recommendation. So we will go back and add that $2. And depending on how much we think that the revenue will either stay the same or go back with that $2 increase, if this number will raise right here. Going back to Shelby's question during the tuition and fee discussion, what our team had determined on that option was that we had left the 142,000 credit hours in the original recommendation, and that we thought about not only the amount we were lowering the tuition and fees, but the amount that the technology access charge was going up. So we did not put in any kind of what we call that elasticity factor. But when we added the $2 on the option, we did take an elasticity factor. And so we decreased that amount of revenue by 640 credit hours. So when we go back in, we'll need to redo the budget for that additional $2, and we'll bring you back an estimate later to look at as we go through the rest of the year, towards the end of the year. The operating grant, we are being told that to expect a 2% decrease in the state operating grant next year. So that turns out for us to be about $360,000. So we're building that into the 22 budget. The ad valorem tax, or excuse me, the local sources, there's three things that make up this increase. We're looking at the increase from where we were in November, what we were estimating, to what we're estimating currently. Again, I touched base on that. In November, we thought, or excuse me, this is the what we're estimating now for the 21 year. For next year, we think we'll get back to the 93% collection on the ad valorem tax. This year it was based on 89%. And that's based on the actual payment that we got in January from the county. So we think that'll go back up to the normal collection percentage. That's what this 800, well, that's part of the 877. The other thing, two things are, we've built in a 3% valuation increase estimate, and we're assuming that the mill levy will stay at the 16 mills. And so we've built in no decrease for a mill levy. We've built in an increase for valuation, and we built in an increase to get us back to the normal collection percentage for next year. The other change you see down here at the bottom is transfers. We did transfer some money into the 21 year, the current year. I mentioned those a little bit. Those were from the designated funds, again, to try to alleviate some of the budget pressure we were feeling back in August. So that was a one-time influx of 350,000 to the revenue, which we had to take out to get to the assumptions for next year. Questions, or do you want me to plow right through this?
Ken, quick question. So the additional COVID stimulus dollars that may be coming in, are those reflected in any of this, or is that just going to be sort of extra money, found money, so to speak, from a budget standpoint?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and thanks for reminding me of that. We had specifically talked in our planning about talking about that. None of those funds actually show up here. We treat those back in the supplemental section. There's a section on what's the term? Anyway, the reserve funds, unrestricted, or they're restricted funds. The general fund is an unrestricted fund. Those monies do go back there and in the restricted area, and they have to be accounted for separately. We can't use those really to supplant general fund expenditures. We're hoping that the guidance that comes out on the new CARES money, there are different names for it, HERF money, CARES money, CRISA money. We're hoping that the new regulations that come out will give us some leeway to either reimburse ourselves for lost revenue or find some kind of creative way to help students that could help our enrollment. And I don't know, again, Dr. Curl, if you want to take any time right now to kind of talk to that.
Well, again, the guidelines are really still fluid. Those dollars can't just be put into the operating budget and be used. We can't just say we'll use these for this need within our budget. They're giving us guidelines on how we can potentially cover revenue losses. and really specific things, but they have to be very tied to COVID related stuff. So
I guess what I was thinking was, is it giving us money for things that we haven't yet spent that's going to be designated expenditures, or is it giving us money for expenses we've already incurred that we've justified meet the whatever the guidelines are, in which case
we don't know.
Okay.
The simple answer is we don't know. One of the things that they're talking about now is the potential, well, in this CARES 2 money that came to us, we can go back and have not administrative employees, but other employees fill out time and effort forms from January to this point and then on. If they can designate and identify the portion or the percent of their salary that their time that they've spent on COVID-related activities, we may be able to take COVID money to replace that salary, those salary and benefit dollars that we've spent on those people, and use those salary and benefit dollars for some other need. But there's, it's complicated. So, you know, we're waiting for additional guidance.
Yeah, that what Kim just mentioned there about using the fund to pay ourselves back for those salaries, that could amount to several $100,000 actually, because our security, our police force, we're going to be able to count 100% of their time. Our student health services, we're going to be able to count 100% of Jamie's time. So that could mount up fairly quickly. And, you know, we were able to reimburse ourselves last year when we went on COVID and switched all our students to online. We didn't make them pay for the online fee, and we checked with our auditors to make sure this was okay, but we were able to actually reimburse the college about $700,000 for those fees that we waived for our students. And so that money, when we look at our unencumbered cash, that money's in our unencumbered cash and has helped to get it up to the point where it is. So there may be some opportunities like that in the future. On the expenditure side for the current year, we just had to make a few changes. These are mostly, like this is a correction for the Roger Matthews lawsuit. We had that somehow get into the budget on a one-time basis. It got in there twice, so we had to take it out. There's a small correction for the coach's budget. And then there are certain estimates that we make at the beginning of each year. On our part-time, our adjunct and our overload salaries, we look at those throughout the year, make an estimate at the beginning of the year. And so it's down. It probably relates back to our credit hours being down from last year. The employee benefits, we think the main reason we're going to be able to reduce that budget this year by this $250,000, it appears that we don't have as many people on our health insurance plan this year. So that was the biggest part of that. And then our scholarship expense, again, we make an estimate of that at the beginning of the year, look at it in the fall and the spring, and we believe it's going to go down by about $300,000. So we were able to reduce the current year expenditure budget by $900,000 roughly. Now for next year, what we've put in the budget right now is the placeholder that we talked about for a 2.5% raise, approximately $800,000, 12% on health insurance, approximately $688,000. This payroll market equity adjustment is what we're trying to do for the ops staff to get them up in certain areas to a market value. I think we've talked about that quite a bit in the past. Some of the other changes, when we added the $300,000 up here for the scholarship expense, we know some of that is from athletes who are not taking the full scholarship this year, and that relates back to COVID, where they and the NJCAA rules that they didn't have to take a full 12 hours. So we're going to have to add back some of that reduced scholarship expense. When we raised the tuition, that raised the scholarship expense. And then these items here, the president's car, down to the foundation reimbursements. These were things where we reduced the budget, or in the case of the foundation, they made that much of a contribution by actually the college typically funds 130,000 of their salaries. The foundation paid for this during the 21 year. So these were one-time expenditure reductions for 21 that'll have to be added back to the 22 budget. And then the only other change is the technology infrastructure. This amount, 220,000, was added when we created the technology service fee that you approved earlier. So there are about 2.3 million that we're increasing over the base budget, which is the 21 budget. So going back to the summary sheets, for the current year, 21, back in November, we were pretty pessimistic at that time. We were looking at the revenues being under our expenditures by $3 million. And one other change we made at that time, we were looking at a 2% unspent budget. We talked to you a little bit about this when last time when we were talking about the furloughs, that we thought we could raise that estimate up to 3% unspent budget. So that takes our actual budget and reduces it by 1.5 million to what we think we will actually spend. So this is our current year budget, what we're asking you to approve, which is down 900,000 from what you approved in November. And then we think we'll underspend that by $1.5 million to get to this many actual expenditures, almost 49 million. On the revenues, so again, going back from the revenue sheet we looked at earlier, we now think that the revenues will be over the expenditures by 843,000, bringing our unencumbered cash up to almost 10 million, the 9.9 here. So it's been the target or goal of the board for many years that our unencumbered cash right here be 10.5% of our expenditures. 10.5% of our expenditures is actually 4.6. So for our operating funds, we think we're going to end up the year, if all our assumptions would be right on the nose, we would end up with $5 million in excess of the targeted amount. And I think I'm doing that backwards. The target amount is the 5.3 and the excess is the 4.6. I'm trying to hurry here. So going into next year, and again, this is something that everybody needs to be aware of. The faculty will say we have too much cash and they'll want more for raises. We know we have a lot of facilities needs. We want to look at the health insurance to see if it makes sense at this point in time to look at self-funding. So those are all items that relate back to the unencumbered cash and the excess unencumbered cash.
And Kent, this is Shelby. I've had a couple taxpayers yell at me about that too. Like, hey, that's above your 10.5%. So that's one more group of people looking at that.
And I should have said that, but I guess I kind of thought it would go without saying maybe.
Yep.
but you're absolutely correct. I know you hear that, and you're not the only trustee that hears it. So that is something that we recognize and we talk about at the administrative level. So for next year, right now, we're looking at a deficit budget of $1.3 million, but we at least have a cushion right now. So, you know, that sort of summarizes where we're at in the operating budget. Again, I know it's late. I tried to be quick on this, but again, I'd like to go back to the premise of why we like to give you a budget at this point in time. It's to sort of give you as the trustees, but also we as the administrative team, a reference for moving forward with the decision-making and planning processes that have to take place over the next 3 to 4 months. And I think I'd close it there and see what other comments or questions there are.
That was very informative.
You did
Thank you,
such
Ken.
a
Appreciate
good
it,
job,
Ken.
Kent. There aren't any questions.
Well, as you spend some time on it and think about it and you have any next month, we'd be happy to get back with you. And if you funnel them to Shelby or Doug, they can bring them to the Finance Committee.
Oh, yeah.
And Mary Martha sat in with us today too. So,
Kent, thank you very much.
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I'll stop sharing.
Thanks, everybody that's still online. Appreciate you all. Are we done? Yeah, there's Bill.
Hey, Bill.
Move to adjourn the work session.
I don't think it's
I think
even,
we need a
yeah.
motion.